Talking with the Cuz.
Go Cuz. How you doing?
Stairs rips one into the night.
Stolen by the doctor. Yes, he's got it. Here he comes. Way rock the baby to sleep and slam dunk.
Look, Cuz, don't even try it, okay?
Now here's Anthony Gargano.
Why don't you get the hell out of here, Cuz?
Good morning, everybody. Happy Thursday to all across the Delaware Valley. It is Cuz Radio with Dickie Dunn in for the Tunis. Guys, the Celtics, how did they pull that trade off? Oh, my God. How in the world do they pull that deal off? So, Marcus Smart, listen, tough player, right? You know, he's a pain in the ass, obviously. But they turn Marcus Smart into Porzingis. So now they have the big three. Now they got to get Jaylen Brown in the fold. But Tatum, Brown, Porzingis, and they get 2 picks out of it. And they got rid of the slop salad. Now, again, they were expiring contracts, so that's where the value lies in that sort of trade. But, damn, man, the Celtics, I like that trade for them, man. I do. That's a killer. Porzingis played really well last year. He was buried in Washington, but he played really well. He's a freaking Celtics type of player. Oh, man. That's one that I have to tell you, it kind of hurts a bit. That's the one I'm a little worried about. Oh, man. Well, tonight is the NBA draft. I was having this conversation with Bobby, and it's weird because the NBA draft used to be, you knew every player, right? Like, you knew we're going to play a game today. It's going to be the NBA draft extravaganza. So I'm going to ask you questions from the NBA draft. Since Michael Jordan was selected, we're going to go back into time, and we're going to play for FanFest tickets. So we're going to have some fun today with that. But I used to go back, like, if you think about it, and just off the top of my head, so this is in front of me. I have the 2000 draft. And I remember watching every one of these players. But the fact that you got a lot of kids going right to G League, right to the draft, or one and doneers, or Euros, it's amazing. Because Bob and I were going, half the kids, I can't really put my finger on. Like, I know the name, but I can't actually, in my mind's eye, have a highlight reel. See, and I guess that's the difference. Whereas in the past, NBA draft, I got a highlight reel of the guy. Like, if I pick up 2000, Kenyon Martin was the first player picked, right? So we knew about Kenyon Martin. We watched him in Cincinnati. Stromile Swift. Marcus Fizer. I used to love Marcus Fizer. Now, he wasn't a good NBA player, but he was terrific. Mike Miller. Like, I can go down the list of all these players. Jamal Crawford, Mateen Cleaves from Michigan State. And you go, Speedy Claxton went 20 to the Sixers. Morris Peterson. I wanted Morris Peterson, Mo Pete from Michigan State. I mean, Donnell Harvey from Florida. Like, these guys, Eric Barkley from St. John's went 28. And I'm going, I watched him play. And, basketball is it's a good day to talk about the sport in totality. Because it's a little broken on the college side. I think we all agree to that. And kids coming out, they're all half-baked pies. I mean, the draft, it's amazing because the draft isn't even, you can't even get locks. Used to be you had, you were star hunting, as Brett would say, and there were like 3 or 4 guys that were potential superstars, right? And then you knew that there was another 15 guys that were going to be good and maybe blossom into all-star type of players. You look at now. I mean, everybody knows Wembanyama, and you go, all right, well, I don't even know what he's going to be like because of his frame. I mean, he can shoot the lights out. He can shoot over everybody. But he's pretty frail. I still want to see him. Again, it's a man's league. Or is it? And then you go, after that, a couple good players, but there's that. It's not like you can even tank. It's so weird now because it's not even the Sixers process tank is almost antiquated in how you do things and how you rebuild it. The whole sports, it's changed so much. And it starts because it's so young. It almost is that soccer where you got kids, 16, 17, 18, 19, playing these big roles on these teams. And, it's so, but it's hard to judge it. Football, you judge it. In football, you got to go to college, right? Because bottom line is you got to be a man to play football, like to be in the NFL. There's a difference between the NFL and college football. And there's a difference that when you're 18 and then you're 22. Right, Bob?
Yes. I have to finish up some work, Anthony. I apologize.
We were talking about the draft. Now you're here with me. I was talking about our conversation. And there was a highlight reel that played in your mind when you looked at the first round in 2000. You knew Kenyon Martin at Cincinnati.
My
you
God.
watched them.
Yeah. We could write down who we thought each team was going to take 1 through 20 without looking anything up.
You remember, we started actually messing around with that. Me, you, Dick Girardi.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Because he was great at that, too.
Yeah. We can go all the way back to when they took Sam Dallenberg.
Yeah.
I mean, doing that. Like, we used to be able to, boom, just do it.
But
now
it's the sport that's changed, right? It's everything around. College basketball's changed.
Pandemic killed a lot of things, and it just, I don't want to say my interest waned because it didn't, but knowing names waned.
Well, because guys don't give you a chance to get to know them in college.
No, not at all.
And I'm sorry. You're
good.
No, it's just.
I'm going to miss you.
I'll miss you too, buddy. It's just the idea of the sport's so different.
It's so weird. I mean, I can watch a full game now. Alabama, I liked watching them this year. I thought they were really talented, maybe the most talented team in the country. And then you come away from it after the game. At least I do, and I'm like, man, I didn't recognize any of those names. I mean, after you watch a game, you say, oh, this kid's good.
Right.
But, yeah, you don't go into it knowing the names like we used to. We can name starting fives of Duke, Michigan, North Carolina, whoever it may be, up and down the line. Not anymore.
No.
It's weird. It's weird.
And even the game, it's so weird because, and I don't know where you stand with AAU, but it's so different even at that level.
Yeah. Yeah. AAU, because when I was growing up and playing and stuff, it was just coming about, and I wasn't good enough to play AAU or anything like that.
Well, now.
Then it seemed to separate teams. Now it's, I heard NBA coaches when I was coaching. I mean, when I was covering the NBA, just saying, yeah, it's ruining basketball because it's becoming an individual sport because of AAU. Yeah,
it's
exactly.
all, let me showcase my skills.
Yeah, it's a shame. It's what has happened to the college game, at least the way you and I used to watch it,
I know.
It sucks.
I just thought you had those great basketball coaches, those great teachers that would teach you the game. And, a lot of guys, and, they're supremely, incredibly talented players, but they you got some guys that don't even know what they're doing. They don't even know the game.
I mean, think of why you're losing the great coaches. The Jay Wrights of the world. And, a lot of it has to do with because how the game is being played now and what's going on around the game, the NIL, playing players, the protocol, or, the transfer portal. I mean, to me, it's a shame. We're losing something that we treasured.
Yeah, I know.
I had one of the local college coaches I was talking to for a while, a couple weeks ago, and he said, what's coming next is a salary cap in college basketball.
Listen, I know a friend of mine.
And that's crazy.
At Nebraska.
Yeah.
And they have a lot. You should see the money that's coming in.
It's unbelievable.
Yeah.
And colleges can't compete with each other.
No.
You know?
No. It's unbelievable. All right, Bob, real quick, and I'll let you be.
Yes.
And I'm
No,
gonna
don't
start
let
my
me
show.
be. What's up?
That trade for the Celtics is good.
You know, I haven't really sat down to think good, bad, what's going on here, all that stuff. But what I did think of was, all right, here's a team that went to an NBA championship and went to the conference finals in consecutive years, and they ain't sitting still.
I like that Porzingis, man. I just think now they got to get Jaylen Brown in the fold, but if they have those three, that's a legit. I mean, they could just they dart you, and they got 2 picks out of it.
First rounders.
I know.
Yeah, both of them.
The one's only top 4 protected.
They really, yeah, exactly. They do things right up there, don't they? From Danny Ainge to Brad Stevens.
I know.
It's just that seamless. Watch out. Not only are they going to be really good on the court, but they do really good things off it.
Porzingis played well last year.
He's a factor.
He is.
You know? I mean, I love seeing Marcus Smart leave.
Yeah.
But I don't think that's a game changer for the Sixers.
No, I actually think it's a good trade for them. I hate to say it. And I loved Marcus Smart's toughness. He's a pain in the ass and all.
Get him out of here, though.
But you got 3 guys that could just fill it at any time. And they work well. Like, they fit together. I could talk to you all day. It's my brother, Bob Cooney.
You're the best.
Good morning, Ray Ray. What do you say, Dickie Dunn?
How are you, Anthony?
You good, Dickie Dunn? We got Phillies today, hopefully.
Hopefully. I waited 2.5 hours of that concourse last night for a game.
I was going to ask you.
Yeah.
Bad job letting everybody know.
On my part?
No.
Oh, I was going to say. Not putting that one on me.
No.
I was just sitting there waiting for baseball. I just enjoyed a nice cold beverage, waited for 2.5 hours.
I know.
It's basically like Citizens Bank Bar.
I know. When did you, were you starved for updates? Because I know a lot of people reached out to me and were starved for updates.
I was starved for updates. I was trying to find anything, work any angle to try and get some sort of news. Sitting there waiting.
In fact, who was it? Somebody reached out to me and said, actually, it was somebody reached out and talked and was telling me how tough it was last night. She flew in from L.A. to go to the game.
Oh, it was not great. The way we really figured out it was over was the guy carrying the beers was saying last call.
Yeah, you're like, what?
Wait a second. I haven't seen an ending of this game yet. I haven't even seen Nola warm up.
You haven't seen
You're
a
calling
pitch.
last call. I know this is not an issue with me. This has got to be an issue with you. So once he started calling last call and then the people started putting the popcorn away, I started playing Connect the Dots.
Yeah.
And that thing was over.
Yeah, it's tough. That's a shame. All right. We got lots to get to, Dickie Dunn. A little NBA draft extravaganza. We're going to have some fun for FanFest tickets. And, of course, we'll talk about the state of basketball today. Mix in some Eagles because we're doing our all-time Eagle team. And I got a whole other thing, more Animal Kingdom.
Oh, man.
Oh, yeah. It's Cuz Radio. Dickie Dunn is in for my man, the Tunis. Let's talk about the Bet Parks app. The Bet Parks app has you covered for all things. You were talking about big baseball, man. It's got you covered. Yes. Phillies, Braves, any which way. Same game parlays. You want to go with props, all the different props you want. It's on the Bet Parks app. And don't forget, there's another tournament. They love. There's a great way to play golf on the Bet Parks app, as well as football futures and everything else. So you got to check it out. Go to betparks.com for all the details. And betparks.com gives you all the fun stuff, too. They have all kinds of odds boosts and everything else. Like new customers, you bet $10, you win. You get 125 in sportsbook bonus. Just remember, you got to be in PA, New Jersey, Ohio. You're going to be 21. Gambling problem, call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Fanatic Sports Update.
Phillies rained out last night. I'm Ray Dunn. This update brought to you by WM Henderson. WM Henderson Cooling, Heating, Plumbing, and Fair and Electric.
10:20 Delaware Valley. Cuz Radio with Dickie Dunn in for the Tunis. We're talking basketball today and kind of about where the game is. The NBA draft tonight. And here's the problem about completely just dismissing draft picks. And it's twice as hard because of the reasons Bob and I were talking about earlier to identify talent. Only because of the youth and immaturity of their games. It's hard. It's not like before. Listen, you get a kid that's playing 3 years in college basketball, you get an idea of who the kid is, right? Even 2 years, you get an idea of it. The one and done makes it really, really difficult. I go back to Fultz. Fultz, if you just look at who he was and his skill sets. So his skill sets are he can shoot the basketball and he can also run point, like be a secondary ball handler. And they have Simmons, so they figure, well, he's perfect next to Simmons, which I agreed with. But here's the other problem. You didn't get to know the kid. He was very immature. 1 year playing in the Pac-12, and, he played on a bad team. So losing team, the kid is immature, and that leads you to a mistake. And it's hard and that's because kids aren't, when you're only playing a year or going right to the G League, it's hard. It's hard to identify. It makes it twice as hard. However, they're cheap assets. Just talking to my man Vinny. They're cheap assets that you need. Because if you hit on guys like Christian Braun, that's a big deal. You hit on guys late, that's a huge deal because of the way the cap is. So we're going to get into that today. And, of course, a lot of people frustrated at, the concessions are full, but there's no game, Dickie Dunn.
Count me as one of them.
Yep.
2.5 hours. Just standing there.
My man Nicky says, every year the Phillies do one fake-ass money grab. It's one rain-out money grab. Concessions are open. Why not? Enjoy yourselves, hanging out.
The beverages were flowing.
Yeah.
I could see the hot dogs were going off the stands. It was good.
Not playing baseball, but it's a big glorified sports bar.
Yeah, pretty much.
That's basically what it is.
Citizens Bar Bar.
Yes.
CPP.
Yes, that's right. That's right. Oh, man. Let's go to the phone line, shall we? Because I know Marty was down there. Marty, good morning.
The sports godfather of my son, Justin. How you doing, guys?
What do you say there, brother? What's happening?
What's going on, cousin Dickie Dunn? What's going on?
How are you?
How you doing? So, yes, I, too, was at that, that show last night, or I had good seats at Section 105 to watch the Yankees-Mariners game. So I took your sports godson. That was game 3 of our six-pack.
Really? It's a shame. Was he bummed out?
Well, let's put it like this. You know that boy. He's a big sports fan, and that baseball juice kind of ticked away from him, and that 10-year-old started kicking up. Let's go get some fries. Let's go get Chickies and Pete's. Let's go get some go to the ball yard and eat some balls. I'm like, Justin, it's raining. We got sweatshirts on. Let's go to the Philly store. All right, we walked around that stadium 3 times last night.
I bet you did, and I bet you spent a couple $100.
We would have if he went at that Phillies $100 jersey, or that Phillies hat that was $35, or that foam spinner Phillies tee that Bryce Harper wore.
Yes,
he's walking the stadium.
Yeah.
sell that bad boy for like $65. I'm like, I mean, listen, I work outside too, so I know what the Phillies and the Braves and Major League Baseball is up against. I mean, oh yeah, we got a window. We can do it. And then 7:15 went to 7:30, 7:45, 8:30. I was like, dude, we went over to the special guest station right next to the ticket booth, and everybody's walking up. Oh, what's going on? What's going on?
I know.
What's going on?
I know.
And then when we walked out the stadium, we went out like the back in center field. We got right where the light up Liberty Bell is, the home run bell, and you hear Dan Baker goes, postponed to September 11th. Now, if I looked at my schedule, September 11th is probably week 1 of the NFL season. It's a 1:00 game.
Yeah.
And
yeah, that's a horrible. It is. It stinks. I agree.
Justin's go back to school on Monday.
Right. Yeah, he's got to go back to school on Monday the next day. Yes. Terrible. Yeah. No, I feel
we're going to get tickets. We'll probably go for July to get Foam's headband, but
I know. It sucks. I get you. I'm with you.
But yeah, I'm not a big basketball fan, but I'll watch the draft tonight, just see what's going on. And if the Celtics is my Mets and my Cowboys, then that wasn't a good trade last night for.
No, it was not, my brother.
No.
Tell my boy I said hello. Give him a hug for me, would you?
Will do. Hey, Judas, don't put any towels on those seats. It's not like South Philly. You can put a trash can out front.
Judas is already down there doing that, buddy. He's I didn't get the word, but I'm sure it's 10:30. He's probably just finishing up breakfast. He's got towels on a couple chairs, saving his spot.
Yeah, probably. Probably a few drinks in.
He's probably sitting, breakfast, lounging.
Doing nothing for the next 4 hours.
But the towels are on the chairs. The towels are on the chairs.
I can't believe him not doing anything. Also, him saying he's going to have his phone off for the entire week.
Yeah, but here's the thing. I'm disappointed with you.
Right.
Because you're of the mindset that if everybody's doing it,
oh yeah,
so be it.
Yeah. Well, I mean, it's got to fend for yourself out there.
Well, aren't you an independent thinker?
I am. I'm an independent thinker that thinks if everyone else is doing it, I better get myself a seat.
That's not thinking independently.
Yeah, I thought about it. I thought about it. I could stand and watch everyone else have a seat.
You know what you are? You're a lemming.
I'll take it. If it means I get a seat at the pool, I'll take it.
Come on, Dickie Dunn.
I'm sorry.
Stand up.
I told you. After this week, I'll have the picket signs.
Selfishness.
I'll be walking around the pools at local resorts. No towels.
Come on,
towels
brother.
Must go.
Do the right thing.
Sorry, can't yet.
Let's go to John. You're on 97.5 The Fanatic. Hey, John.
What's going on, cuz? How you all doing today?
What's up, buddy?
Hey, not much. Hey, just want to say thank you for getting me through my days down, 12-hour shifts out in North Carolina. You guys always brighten my day. I really appreciate that.
Thanks, my brother. I appreciate that, man. Really do. Thank you.
So, I woke up at 4 in the morning. The first thing I did was look at my phone, and the second thing I did was hit the toilet because this whole Porzingis to Boston trade, it's really not all that good for me. If you do a little player-to-player comparison, I honestly think position to position, the only person that we have better than their starting five is Embiid. And that scares a tookish out of me because
I agree. I agree with you, dude. Yes.
Boston Brats up there, I don't see us getting past them unless some huge drastic trade kind of happens with this whole Tobias thing, with all these rumors I'm hearing. Obviously, you know more than I do it as well as most people. What are you hearing the latest with Tobias?
I don't think he's getting moved. I don't think he's getting moved tonight. I know there's a lot of talk about it. I hear probably no. I don't think the Sixers are going to be too active. Yeah, I don't see it. I don't smell that. Just from talking to people, I don't think they're going to be that active. But here's the problem, right? The problem is, Boston getting Porzingis, and you look at those weapons.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, geez, they got to get Brown back, but they get to deal with Jaylen Brown. Brown, Tatum, Porzingis is prolific.
Not to mention, Al Horford's always been a pain in the tuchus too to us. So
Yeah, and they were guard heavy, right? I mean, the one thing that killed them was, I think, they were too guard heavy.
exactly. And the last thing I want to talk about is this Philippe Petroval guy, this kid from the European League or whatever. Apparently, they're comparing him to a Mike Muscala or even a Tony Kukoc. Should we be hyped up about this kid? What kind of expectations?
I mean, I'll be honest with you, I don't know. I mean, I do the same thing you do. Again, it's hard to extrapolate some of those kids from there because the game is so fast, right? It's so quick. You know, you can shoot. But again, the game just moves. And you got listen, for every Luka, there's 50 guys that can shoot the basketball, but not quick enough to get their shot off, to create their own shot, you know. So, again, you know when it's explosive talent. And not everybody's Luka.
No, and I think the Luka success might lead to some people thinking, hey, we can replicate that, we can find that. But there's cautionary tales all across. Hey, they look good in fill-in-the-blank league overseas. Will they look good here? So it's always a nice, delicate balance. I think the thing you were saying earlier about college is really interesting, just sort of the manpower and the ability to go out and really get good looks on these people. Obviously, you can get a better look today with, everything available at your fingertips. But being in person, seeing a guy getting to talk to people, there's a value to all that is kind of spread thin right now, given the number of different options. That isn't just, hey, let's go to the Duke UNC game and the top guys are playing in that game, or the top guys are playing at fill-in-the-blank college, and that's where we got to scout. I think that's also a part of where people miss is because the talent is spread so thin with all the different options that all these different players have at their disposal at this point.
Yeah, that's true. And again, it's funny because I'm looking through these drafts, and you went back and, we got to do this. We're going to be playing. I'm going to give you questions. If you want a question, you let me know, and I'll give you a draft question. But, it's funny you bring up Duke and go back to the 99. I'll ask you, who went number one to the Bulls out of Duke and as an executive that you know?
In 99.
He went number one overall.
Was Elton Brand?
Yes. EB was the number one overall pick. Look at this draft. This is amazing, this draft. Elton Brand goes one. Stevie Francis. Did you ever hear of Steve Francis?
Heard of Stevie Francis.
His nickname was what?
Okay. They're giving me names. I tell you, I heard of these guys. I can't give you the guy's bio.
Stevie Franchise.
Stevie Franchise.
Baron Davis. Lamar Odom. Jonathan Bender. He came out of high school. He was a bust. Wally Zerbiak, who they thought was going to be Larry Bird.
Well, he's not, because this is first time hearing.
Rip Hamilton. Now, you know all these players.
Rip, yeah.
Rip Hamilton. Andre Miller.
Of course. Devon's guy right there.
Sean Marion.
Yep.
Jason Terry. Trajan Langdon. And then there was a foreign kid, Rajovic, who never made it. Corey Maggette. William Avery. How about that Meta World Peace in that draft? Look at this. And what's funny? You know who went number 24? Great player. Andrei Kirilenko.
That's right.
He was a terrific player. And, of course, this Kenny Thomas, who later signed a big deal with the Sixers. It's amazing, man. I mean, I look at this draft and I go, look at this. Look at this.
57th overall.
It's unbelievable.
Manu.
Ginobili
That's
goes
a deal right there. That's scouting right there.
It is scouting. 57. Would you like to, let me ask you a question. Because to me, if I could pick one sport, the baseball scout's a lot of fun.
Right.
Because you're looking at more youth games, high school, right? You just got your college, but really you're looking at all the high school kids, and you're in and out of, if you got international scouting, then you're up and down Latin America, which is really interesting. But to me, the football one's the NFL draft is to me the best draft.
I think in terms of the scale and what they do with it, yeah, I think it's the most fun to be a part of. I would probably do the basketball, be the European scout. I'd love to go all the Euro leagues, travel my way through Europe, try and uncover the next gem out over there. As much as I just said 10 minutes ago, it's difficult. That would be, if they could send me over to all those different Euro leagues, I get to see all of Europe, scouting basketball, I'd take that.
Yeah, then you know who you are then?
Who am I?
Then you would be Adam Sandler from Hustle.
Well, that's funny you bring that up. Funny you bring that up today. It's an anniversary for Adam Sandler. We'll get to that.
Really?
It is.
Oh, you got him in the vault?
Oh, yeah.
Look at that.
Almost like you had the preview there. We didn't even talk about that when you're nailing Hustle for us right now. So, yeah, wait 20 minutes. Be pleasantly surprised.
All right. I like it. Let me get my man Heavy up here. Heavy, you're on 97.5 The Fanatic. Hev.
Yo, bro.
What is it, brother?
Dude, I told you I was hot the other night. Dude, I went 5 for 5 yesterday. I won another like $800, dude. I had the Cubs. I had the Reds. I had the Nationals, the Diamondbacks, and then I had the Rangers last night. Dude, I am on fire right now.
Good for you, buddy.
Oh, dude, I just hope this run can last to get a Phillies win in there too.
Yeah, buddy. Yeah.
Yeah, I was a little disappointed last night considering I was waiting at the bar to watch the game for like 3 hours.
I know. It's funny because it's a shame because I felt the same way where I was really looking forward. You got to win. And then when the game doesn't, Phillies Braves, like when that doesn't happen, it's a letdown. I agree.
Yeah.
Those poor people that are out there just, killing time at the ballpark like Dickie Dunn.
Oh, yeah. I mean, I couldn't even imagine how pissed I would have been if I was actually at the game last night.
Yeah.
But, what are you going to do? Hope, dude, they just got to get this win today. And, they just got to keep plugging out wins. But, hopefully Aaron Nola can handle a day off and not lose his mind over not pitching last night. But
yeah, listen, it's a good test for him today. Now he's handled them a couple times in the past. He's pitched well against them.
Dude, I said this yesterday. This is the most important start of the season for him as of right now, and it's probably going to be the most important start until we get to September.
Yeah,
I mean this is the test to see if he can really get back to ace form, and it's going to be a real shame if he does and the bats don't show up because. Well,
I mean, let's see what happens. I mean, I have good stuff, man. Keep hot, stay hot, Kev, stay hot. Listen, I mean, he's got to pitch well. I agree. He's got to start getting to a rhythm, not just throughout the game, but it's those spots, right? And when runners are on base and the pitch clock, that seems to freak him. So I'm really going to watch when runners are on base because when there's nobody on base, he's cruising. You see that, Dickie?
Oh, yeah. When he's not going out of stretch, he's cruising. And right now and I think this was something Pat had said today, it's the walk, hit, 3-run homer. It's like he just implodes where he can't execute at all once a runner gets on. And that leads to the blow up, which is the pitch just sitting middle, and basically sent to the second deck at this point. And that's what you're waiting for. You just feel, as soon as the runner gets on, you start to sweat a little bit with him. It's like, oh, is this the implosion? And you can tell pretty quickly into the next at-bat whether he's nibbling around or whether he's actually going after the guy, because sometimes he just gets too, into his own mind with this. I don't know if it really is as much the clock as it is just kind of his mind trying to process everything.
You could see him, too. I mean, you could completely see him. You could see him start there when guys are on and the clock, and he likes to take a breath. And he's not uncommon. I mean, he likes to take a breath. I think he needs to take a breath. But, again, he's got to figure that out.
Right. Yeah. Which is, you're almost in July now. Yep. We've been doing this already.
Yep.
Almost everyone else on your team is adjusted.
Yeah,
Let's get there.
All right, 610-632-0975, 610-632-0975. Cuz Radio, Dickie Dunn. NBA draft. You know who's important off season? For the Eel.
Yeah.
Eel's got to get the people's confidence back. Very important for the Eel. All right, let's talk about Sleep Healthy PA. It's my guy, Dr. Andy. Do you snore? Is it one of those things where your wife, your girlfriend goes, look, I can't just sleep. They got to leave, or they saying you on the couch. Do yourself a favor. Forget about that, because that's important, but also your health. You got to get that REM sleep. SleepHealthyPA.com is your path to healthy, restful sleep. Dr. Andy Cohen, voted best of Philly multiple years by his peers. Dr. Andy travels the country lecturing other doctors on the procedures and methods that he's been using for over a decade. He's a Philly guy, passionate, board certified in treating sleep disorders like snoring and sleep apnea. And he does it in a different manner because he's a trained dentist. And in fact, he stumbled on the sleep thing because a dear friend of his had cancer, was going through treatments, and he was staying with him, and he was keeping him up because of his snoring. So he did it to himself, and it worked. And it helped. He has these dental appliances. He has this laser therapy that's just brilliant. And look, it's not painful. It could be the answer for you. Find out for yourself. See him. Make an appointment. Go to sleephealthypa.com. Sleephealthypa.com. You're going to love Dr. Andy. He's a great guy, too. Sleephealthypa.com. And tell him Cut sent you.
Fanatic Sports Update.
A major NBA shakeup. I'm Ray Dunn. This update is brought to you by Dynavite. Your dog's health begins in the gut. Dynavite is the nutritional supplement created to boost your dog's immune system. You can now try Dynavite for free. Just pay shipping and handling. Visit DINOVITE.com/radio. The Phillies game last night just started at 6:40, then 7:15, and then after 9 o'clock it was postponed. They will play September 11th, that game in a doubleheader. The Braves and Phillies, though, will try and finish up what they started in terms of a series today. This afternoon is Aaron Nola on the mound for the Phils, Bryce Elder on the mound for the Braves. Phils trying to split what ends up being a 2-game set. That NBA shakeup I mentioned, well, is a 3-team deal between the Celtics, Wizards, and Grizzlies. Boston sending Marcus Smart to the Grizzlies. Kristaps Porzingis and a pair of picks on its way to Boston. Chris Middleton declined his player option in the NBA draft this night. Looking at some other news in the NBA. Keep it locked right here for the latest news and information. I'm Ray Dunn for 97.5 The Fanatic.
It's the Anthony Gargano Show on 97.5 The Fanatic. The biggest party of the year for Philadelphia sports fans is back. FanFest 2023
with FanDuel Sportsbook.
Saturday, August 26th at Xfinity Live. FanFest 2023, our 10th anniversary.
Here's what to expect.
Tropical beach paradise, soccer darts, wiffle ball arena, escape rooms, rock walls, putt-putt course, mechanical shark, multiple dunk tanks, exotic sports cars, the Sixers, Flyers, and Union, 2 basketball sport courts, all the Fanatic hosts, surprise athletes and celebrities, plus 2 national recording artists performing 2 concerts. The opening act will be Ray Shrimmerd.
That girl is a real crowd, please.
Our headliner will be named Sue.
FanFest 2023 with FanDuel Sports.
married to him. That's why, listen, I don't disagree. There's a fondness, obviously, with Harden and Morey and the whole thing. I get it. The only issue is if you're going to look at it, can you win? And right now it's about winning. And even with the fan base, I don't know that if you go status quo, if you're going to get people interested. And then next year, what's he like next year? So then you add the season after, what's he like? I mean, that's an issue. Is he going to bog down your offense? Because then you add a wing player. Is he going to stunt Maxi's growth? Like, these are all questions that you got to objectively answer. All right, Dickie Dunn, open the vault.
When we began opening this vault nearly 2 hours ago, we had no real idea what we'd find inside. As it turns out, we haven't found very much.
Vault brought to you by Golden Nugget Jewelers, where Philly gets engaged.
All right, we got a smattering of anniversaries, rain delay, hijinks. And,
you're a hijinxer.
Yeah, I like some hijinks every once in a while. But I have to start while we continue down the path of pain. I'm sorry, Anthony, this week fell the way it did. I would love for Tunis to be delivering this, but we have to relive another NBA draft.
Oh.
Because it was on this day in history. You mentioned the guy earlier today, actually. Markelle Fultz becomes a 76er.
With the first pick in the 2017 NBA Draft, the Philadelphia 76ers select Markelle Fultz from the University of Washington.
The moment for Markelle Fultz, who was on the junior varsity at DeMatha Catholic until his junior season in high school. An avid BMX biker, and now he loves to throw caution to the wind, and now he's going to have to be daring enough to try to lift the 76ers into a winning culture. What are the Sixers getting from Fultz, Jake?
Well, they're getting a guy who's got an NBA frame already. He's got great length, and he's a three-level scorer. He can score from deep, he can score in the middle game, and he can score at the rim. Great body balance. By far in this draft, the best pick-and-roll ball handler in the draft. He's essentially a James Harden clone on the offensive end.
What?
I had to add that in there.
What? A James Harden clone? Oh, Dickie Dunn. What are you doing? You're killing me, Dickie Dunn.
So many things we talk about. The culture.
Markelle Fultz.
Well, if that made you upset, there's no way you're as upset as John McEnroe was on this day. I believe it was 88. A little flipping out at the old official.
You can't be serious, man. You cannot be serious. That ball was on the line. Chalk flew up. It was clearly in. How can you possibly call that out? How many you can miss? That piece walking over, everyone knows it's in this whole stadium, and you call it out? Explain that to me, will you?
The linesman called a foul because the ball was on this side of the court.
The chalk came on, it doesn't matter.
No, the very fact that there is a spread of chalk, as you can see, Mr. McEnroe.
You can repeat it. It wasn't anything. We're not going to have a point taken away because this guy's an incompetent fool. You know that? That's what he is. That's what he is, all right? And we're not going to have a point taken away because I said nothing that was like obscene or anything. Now, I want him to repeat to you what he said so I don't lose the point at 5:30 on his service. All right?
Wow!
An incompetent fool.
Wait. What made you get that?
So I'm going.
That's unbelievable.
Going through what happened today, and I'm trying to, block out how this is going to happen. And I figured the Fultz thing was going to be pretty upsetting. And I saw McEnroe today, and I'm like, oh, well, if we're going to go from a little bit of sadness, we can go to anger, then we could go start getting back to the good emotions here. So I saw McEnroe today flipped out, and I'm always in for a good McEnroe flip out, like just, take a good listen to it.
It's amazing. And then you have the British judge.
Yeah.
That was clearly on the other side, Mr. McEnroe. Like, that's a great... He's called it Mr. McEnroe. He's an incompetent fool. Like, that's unbelievable. No Kurt, you didn't have to bleep.
I know. I was shocked. I was kind of worried with that. It's a 6-minute clip.
Is it
the
really?
whole thing of him freaking out because they call in the official. The official comes down, guy with the walkie-talkie. It becomes real heated. But for all intents and purposes, that's kind of the gist of what happened. Now, we had a rain delay last night, obviously.
Yes.
Took me back to one of my favorite calls throughout Phillies history. And it's a game that ended, well, sometime early in the morning. Mitch Williams comes to bat. And you know I got to get you some Harry. So this is what a rain delay took me to.
Now the stretch. And the pitch. Swing and a base hit to left center field. Hank Camelia's going to score. This game is over. On an RBI hit by Mitchie Poo. The Bills have won it 6-5 and 10 on the Wild Things RBI hit. Can you believe it? 6-5 Phillies. We'll be back with the totals and a recap in just a moment.
Wow. You went with a classic Mitchie Poo.
So after Mitchie Poo, the next day, they play a game. July 3rd. And this is the open of that game. You got Chris Wheeler, Jay Johnstone having a conversation about what happened the night before. And it's a little obvious they're kind of tired.
Well, hi, everybody, and welcome to Veterans Stadium. Chris Wheeler with Jay Johnstone, the Phillies and the Padres tonight. Night? Seems like we just left here a few hours ago. How did it feel to be part of the longest night in the history of baseball?
Well, I have to tell you, I played in the first one in 1977 when the Phillies beat Montreal in that long game that ended up at 3:24 in the morning. And then last night we were part of it again as we broadcast it. No more. That's enough. Twice is enough.
Important win for the Phillies, though, to come back and win that second game after losing the first game and playing here that long last night.
Not only is it an important win, but anybody that's here at the ballpark that long, you got to win that game. I mean, the feeling, the deflated feeling that it gives you after being here for 14, 18 hours and having to lose that last game really takes a lot out of you. If the Phillies would have lost that game, they might have had a real rough homestand, but they were able to come back down 5-0, show that after that team meeting that they had before the game, that they still have something left. Of course, Mitch Williams, we'll hear about his heroics for the next month and a half.
Well, a packed house here tonight, and the Phillies are hoping to play 9 innings with no rain delays. It'll be Greg Harris and Danny Jackson. We'll be back with the starting lineups coming up right after this.
Cross your fingers.
Wow, that's awesome.
So they were a little tired. You could tell them they're looking at each other like, I can't believe we're already back here doing this one more time. But a little fun there. Another Phillies anniversary. And this is a game 1977. And I want to thank my guy Bill, who reached out. He's listened to you forever. Reached out with, he, I guess, taped some of the post-game, taped some of these things. He reached out. And he said, hey, this was a game, June 22nd. Packed vet, Reds, Phillies. Larry Boa hits a grand slam as the Phillies win the game 15-9. Here's a clip of audio describing the moment for Larry Boa.
Grandest moment belonged to the littlest man. Against Cincinnati, Larry Boa lived the single hitter's fantasy. Boa hit a baseball 400 feet with the bases loaded, and blue snow fell in South Philly.
Wow! What? That's unbelievable! Dickie Dunn!
So shout out Bill. We had an extra Vaultsman reaching out with some audio there.
Bill, that's fabulous. Can I hear it one more time?
Oh, of course.
I mean, that's legendary.
Grandest moment belonged to the littlest man. Against Cincinnati, Larry Boa lived the single hitter's fantasy. Boa hit a baseball 400 feet with the bases loaded, and blue snow fell in South Philly.
Dude, that's
awesome.
That's unbelievable. The littlest man. Boa hit a baseball 400 feet, and blue snow fell in South Philly. That's outrageous.
That is all time. An all-time one. I got one more anniversary for you, and we could save some of this for a little later. But it is the anniversary of Adam Sandler joining Saturday Night Live. So I figured, you had the history with Adam Sandler. We get into some of the hustle. We're up against it, so we'll get into some of the hustle at some point. But I do want to give you one of the great jokes from that movie that had to do with us Philadelphia sports fans.
If Scotty and a wolf had a baby...
You saw that?
The whole city saw it.
Well, luckily, Philadelphia sports fans are calm, reasonable people.
Wow, that's awesome.
So we get some more. I got your scenes in there in the vault as well, but I want to make sure we keep on with the time here.
I got you. Great stuff, dude. As my father said, Commander Dickie Dunn. Dude, you are just killing it.
Still one more day to go.
The McEnroe, like coming up with that.
Yeah, McEnroe. There's always time for a McEnroe flip out. I mean, there's some great, usually not great for someone that has to keep with the regulations of the FCC.
People were more combative back then.
Yeah. Him especially.
Well, now you also played the Buddy Ryan, Jimmy Johnson back to back. Like, it's interesting. If you look back, the combativeness among people was there. I mean, there would be all kinds of fights and arguments, and that's not the case today.
No.
More civilized, or is it more in disguise?
Ooh.
That's the question.
Great question. I'd say disguised.
Yeah, the acrimony just doesn't dissipate. I hear you. All right, we'll discuss. We've got lots to do. It's a big day, man. It's the NBA draft, and I look, and I think Sixers on the sidelines. But is that could be the best thing? Can you take a step back to go too forward? We'll discuss it all. The state of ball. Got some good Eagle stuff. 610-632-0975. It's Cuz Radio. Dickie Dunn in for the Tunis. Let's talk about Meineke. Yes, Meineke. This day and age, man, we got to make sure that we take care of our vehicles. It's very important now, the health of our vehicles. So please get to know Meineke. Right now, they got you covered. Semi-synthetic oil changes start at $29.95. Full synthetic oil changes start at $59.95, up to 5 quarts. Standard filter plus disposal fees. What about anything going on with your vehicle? The warning bell dinging, the check engine light on, some squeaks, dings, any of that stuff? Could mean a number of things. Could be something simple, or it could be something much more serious. You need attention right away. Either way, find out at your local Meineke. Right now, save $10 when you spend $50. Save $20 when you spend $150. Save $50 when you spend $400 or more at your local Meineke Car Care Center. And Meinekes are all locally owned and operated also right now. How about bad brakes? Don't fret. 50% off brake pads and shoes at your local Meineke. Just go to Meineke.com, Meineke, Meineke.com. Meineke for tires and brakes and batteries and exhaust. Meineke, doing car care right.
Fanatic Sports Update.
Phillies rained out. I'm Ray Dunn, and this update is brought to you by the law offices of Glenn S. Berry. Injured in an accident from big to small? Call 855-BERRY-LAW for the personal attention you deserve. You'll pay nothing unless they recover money for you. The Phillies last night were supposed to start at 6:40 and 7:15. And then sometime after 9 o'clock last night, the game was I'm glad that people have enjoyed it. One more day. Job's not finished. You know, war still goes on.
Social media popping with Dunn Love.
Really?
Yes.
Wow.
Yes.
That's nice.
Yes. T. Will, Dickie Dunn is king.
King.
The vault, Battle of the Vault is unbelievable. Battle of the Dicks. You're King Dick. Dickie Dunn versus Dick Tunis. Pretty amazing.
Yeah, it's amazing. Really. The War of the Worlds
So
here.
let me ask you a question, because it got a couple people. Now, you can't really answer from this perspective, but I'll ask you if what you think. So yesterday we were talking about the gangrene defense.
Yes.
And I had two people reach out to me, at least a month that I saw, and there might have been more, saying that, oh, man, think about this. You are way overrating the gangrene defense. Philly Mike, 1988, they ranked 27th. 1989, they ranked 8th. 1990, they ranked 12th. 92, they were 12th. Oh, the only one great year was 91 when they were number 1. And that caller who compared them to 1985 Bears is a misinformed fool.
That word fool again.
I mean, Philly Mike, I got to tell you. First of all, I think you got it out of context. I think your context is. We were talking about there was ferocity. You can't look at rankings and go back. You've had to live it. And if you actually watch their defense, that defense was ferocious. They gave up some big plays and all. The comparison's obvious. Now, no one's saying that the 85 Bears weren't the best defense. The 85 Bears, to this day, is the best defense I've ever seen. Second would be the Ravens. Third would be the Eagles. I mean, listen, the Steeler defense, I'm sure, should be up there. The Iron Curtain. Now, I was a little young, but I'm sure that the Steel Curtain was ridiculous.
Yeah.
But the 85 Bears, was the best. That gangrene defense was a great defense. It really was. Now, I thought, and another guy said, well, you talk about those teams too much. Dude, first of all, it's June, and the topic came up because we were talking about the education of Dickie Dunn. And you played it in the vault. We were talking about it. And we just wanted to educate you on that defense. And that defense, and why we still have a soul of defense in Philadelphia. And you can't say that defense was overrated, because the defense, there was an offensive issue that they had. They had no offensive line. Defensively, they were great. And I only talk about it because it was in context for you and educating you. You wanted to hear about it.
That's right. And we were going down the path of the all-time Eagles. And when we talk about the all-time story of this team, gangrene's got to come up. And I think, honestly, at one point, Uncle Frank jumped in with some of the guys he won on that team. So, all in all, it was all in the context of the conversation. You didn't walk in here like, you know what, today, it's all gangrene. I mean, it's part of it.
But again, it's unfair to say that they were overrated or not good by using a simple ranking.
Right. And you also talked about this last season with the marriage of a team. In terms of, you have to have the marriage of schemes, you have to have the marriage of offense and defense. And if you don't have one...
You pay attention, Dickie.
I do. Hey, listen, I pay attention.
The marriage...
Wait, it's going to be a vault of all things you've said.
The marriage is important. And look, last year, you can't tell me that last year's defense, because they ranked so well, was more ferocious or better or however all you want to categorize it than those teams, those 04, those 2000 and 2004 teams, or the teams in the late 80s and 90s. It's ridiculous. You can't compare that. Well, they ranked well. We all saw the defensive coordinator was not good. But because of circumstance, quarterbacks that you played, the fact that you had an unstoppable offense, your defense looked better than what it was or what you called.
Yeah, I can't wait for the rude awakening this year for him. I think it's New Year's Eve, New Year's Day, one of the two. He's back in town. It'll be a long party. Long party for the Birds.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to his demise.
Are we going to get to the point? I mean, if the Eagles are having such a good season, I don't know. 2 weeks left, maybe not. But I would love to see Mariota take apart his defense. That'd be a cool afternoon for us. Hurts gets the week off.
Yes.
The Gannon reunion. Mariota tosses for 2, maybe runs for another. We're just cruising. Love for the season to go that well.
Yes.
It's the dream scenario for me. I don't know if it's New Year's Eve or New Year's Day, whichever one. If it's New Year's Eve, it'll take me beautifully into the new year. The New Year's Day, it'll be a beautiful start to a new year.
Wow, this is awesome. Speaking of old-time Eagles, and we've been messing around with that all week long, T. Will sends me something from Eagles Twitter today.
Well, did you see? I think I know what you're going with.
The build your best Eagles?
I was going to bring this up to you today.
I love it.
So a couple of things with it, though.
All right, hold on. Let me read it to the people, and then you can chime in.
Right.
So they give you quarterback, running back, wide receiver, and tight end and running and fullback. Yeah, tight end and fullback. So you could build your best team. So you're going to how many players are you supposed to draft?
Supposed to take 5 to get yourself up to the 15. So quarterback, running back, pair of receivers, and the tight end / fullback.
All right. So here's the deal. They offer a money. Here's the cap. The dollar players. Oh, this is awesome. This is a fun game.
Yes, it's had me thinking all evening last night after I got home from that wonderful Phillies game.
All right, so let's play along with this because I love this. So McNabb is a $5 milkshake. So 5 costs you $5.
I'm throwing up that milkshake.
Randall costs you $4. Hertz value costs you $3. Foles costs you $2. Vic costs you $1. All right? Now your running backs. Shady costs you Finn. Westbrook, $4. Wilbert, $3. Ricky Waters, that's value. $2 for Ricky Waters?
That's solid value.
Even better value. And underrated, Darren Sproles costs you $1. This is unbelievable. I love this. Then the $5 receivers, you ready? Carmichael and T.O. So Harold and T.O. are $5. Deshaun and Quick, $4. Brown and Smith. So AJ and Devontae are $3. Alshon and Macklin, $2. Barnett and Williams are $1. And then finally, your tight end, Keith Jackson, $5. Goddard, $4. Chad Lewis, $3. Selleck, $2. And Keith Byers, $1. No Ertz.
That was what I was going to bring up. I was shocked the lack of an Ertz. And I know someone who usually sits in this chair would give you 5 minutes on his frustrations over the fact there was no Ertz. But
you got to have Ertz.
Yeah, you got to have Ertz there. I don't know, maybe
that's a violation.
Maybe still in the league. They're not going to post about an opposing player. I don't know.
Yeah, see, that's a violation, dude.
Technically, Jackson's not retired.
Yeah, you gotta have him. So I'm gonna edit this list.
Okay.
So I'm gonna make Ertz. See, I thought they were gonna go. I'll make Ertz $3. All right.
All right.
And then I'll move Chad down to 2, and Selleck down to 1, and Byers is out because I know he played a glorified fullback tight end, but he shouldn't be there. So I'll make Keith Jackson $5, Goddard 4, Ertz 3, Chad Lewis 2, Selleck 1. So here you go. You got to pick a quarterback, a running back, 2 receivers, and a tight end, and get within the $15 cap.
Yes.
All right, that's your exercise. And then I want you to come up with your team. I'll come up with my team, and I want to hear what the audience has. But let's go to Bobby. You're on 97.5 The Fanatic. Bob.
Hey, how you doing, sir?
What's up, Bob?
Hey, I haven't talked to you in a while.
How you been, buddy?
Yeah, hold on. I'm in the car. You called me right at the worst point. I got to turn. All right, I'm good now.
Okay, you got it.
Sorry.
It's all right.
You know, and I know you've kind of tried to turn me on the Sixers being optimistic, but I think Embiid's probably one of the most talented players in the NBA. But he's got to keep his head in the game and not be emotional and moping. And it's not the sign of a chance. Is there anybody that can talk to him, or is this just who he is? And we just got to live with that, and that's it. Because if you look at the great players, Gretzky, Jordan, I can go down the line, Bird, they're like have ice cold in their veins, and if they're down, you never know what they're thinking. But he shows his emotion. Has anybody talked to him about that and say you need to just look? You don't win the MVP. This doesn't happen right. You can't just give up. I mean, that's what frustrates me. Is there?
And listen, that's fair. You know how it is. It's a maturity thing. You're not going to. No one says, "Yo, dude."
Why is Jalen Hurts like this? He's 23. He's more mature than Embiid is.
Yeah, he's a different. It's not. Maybe it's not even maturity as much as it's makeup. Right?
Yeah, and that's something scouting guys.
Makeup is different than maturity, right? Like obviously his game matured, and I think he matured.
Oh yeah.
I think he matured on the floor. But to your point, yeah, he's got that in him,
and he's got to get that out of him. He's got to. I mean,
was he as bad as McNabb? I don't think so.
No, I agree with you on that. His problem with it, I've gotten pushback from people in the past. His mother was a big problem. He was a mama's boy. And she ran that family, and she should have stayed out of it. I know that.
I don't know. I
know that from some sources. I witnessed what she did at a diner here, where she was complaining about all the people billing her son.
I will say this. I did a story for the Inquirer. Let's talk about that real quick, because I did a story for the Inquirer years ago when I was working for the Inquirer, and I went out to his house.
Yeah.
In Dalton, Illinois. I'll never forget. And then I ate pancakes with him, and his mother's a beautiful woman.
Okay.
And she was upset, same thing about the booing. But I think about it the same way. Like, this is where I can't blame her, because if somebody's booing Massimo gets drafted and somebody's booing him, I'm pissed off.
I am too. But you can't start lashing back at the fans, because you ain't going to win that fight.
Well, you know,
I get it.
I would do this. I honestly would do the same thing.
I know. I get it. One other thing. If
buddy.
They came to you in the number 1 draft tonight, this French kid, everybody's touting.
Wembanyama. Yeah, Wembanyama.
If they came to the Sixers, let's swap 1 for 1 and B for him. What would Anthony do?
Nah, I'm not doing that. I don't know. I don't know what the kid. Again, listen.
Variables.
I mean, listen. He looks good, and could shoot. He's He's freakish. He's pretty frail.
Yeah, that's right.
I don't know. And then then the same thing. You got a big who is going to even be further from the basket.
He could be Sean Bradley, right?
I did that before.
One last thing. How's the quarterback doing? And when's Massimo going to be on the air? When's he going to be on the air? He's got summer vacation. That's important, man. He's a kid. He's the man. He's
I
the
love you. That's so sweet. Thank you, Mom. You're the man, brother.
See ya.
See you,
Later.
buddy. Take care. That's funny. Yeah, they had their last day of school. Do you remember your last day of school? Was it the greatest thing ever?
Oh, it was the best thing in the world.
When summer vacation, no more teachers, no more books. What was it?
Wonderful.
No more pencils, no more books.
Yeah, I did something like that.
Yesterday was it for them.
Oh, congratulations to them. What's summer looking like?
So, they're going to go on the other side.
It's true. Big trip coming up.
Yeah.
It's nice. That's good. You got what? A couple days? You leave tomorrow, right?
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah.
That's a quick turnaround there.
So but the last day of school was always the greatest day. And like the first morning, like I left and listen, Anthony gets up at, God only knows. He's a noon, 1 o'clocker.
He's catching the vault on the podcast
He's in
page.
that age of, they sleep a lot because they're growth spurts and everything. Right. The beginning of the teens, 13 years old. But even Moss was soundless. He was snoozing when I left.
What do you think's the adult comparison to the last day of school?
It has to be your last day of work before vacation.
So you got last day of school tomorrow?
Yes.
Nice.
Yes.
All right. Sounds good.
Yeah. Oh, you would agree, right?
Yeah, I'd say that's about right.
Yeah.
Maybe for you, maybe first day of football season too.
Actually, that's even better.
Yeah.
Yes. Actually, that's number one.
Thursday night, or would you consider it the first Eagles game?
No, Thursday night.
Thursday night.
Thursday night. As soon as the NFL starts, really, I could point to college. Week 0.
Yeah. Week 0, they got the game overseas. I think what?
Yeah, Ireland. It's in Dublin.
Yeah.
The Irish. Notre Dame. It's a good game, too, this year. I forget who they play.
Notre Dame Navy? No, not Navy.
Maybe Navy.
Could be. We'll see.
Georgia Tech or Navy. Yeah.
Check it out.
610-632-0975. 610-632-0975. Also, coming up, I need your teams. I gave it off of Eagles Twitter. I love it. I gave you the teams. Build your own under the $15 salary cap. And if you want an NBA draft question, you get a pair of FanFest tickets if you win. All right, you get it right. 610-632-0975, Cuz Radio with Dickie Dunn. Let's talk. It's the Delaware Valley 11 o'clock hour, brought to us by our good friends at Golden Nugget Jewelers, where Philly gets engaged. All right, couple things. One, I love this pick your best Eagles team. So here we go. Got a couple people doing that. Quarterbacks, again, here's the thing. All right, now I want you to go. So quarterbacks, $5 for 5. Is anybody doing that?
Not anyone in their right mind now.
You can't. You get too much value. Jalen for $3. Who do you have?
Oh, $1 to get the skill set of Michael Vick.
So you're going Vick?
Oh yeah.
All right.
Saving money there.
All right.
One thing no one in the NFL could do is save money on quarterbacks. I'm doing it right here.
You're going to do that. Running back, Shady Westbrook. Shady's a $5. Westbrook's a $4. Wilbert a $3. Ricky Waters for $2. And Darren Sproles for $1. You got great value there, dude.
You do.
Great value. I think I got to go Ricky at $2. I mean, Wilbert at $3 is good too. I might go Ricky at $2. Who you going?
So I went, my first draft, I was going Waters. But I decided, you know what, I could find a better team. I went Westbrook for $4.
You're going B West?
Yes.
Spend it up.
Spending up. I've done two things the exact opposite of the NFL. Save money running backs.
If I go with $1, I got Sproles as a B West light.
Right. I just got the heavy version there. I got
and then see, this is where you spend up.
Oh yeah.
You spend up in your receivers. So you got A.J. Brown for $3? Give me A.J. Brown all day long as one of my wideouts. How about you?
I think that side is the Jackson side. So I'm going $4, getting D-Jax to pair with the arm, Michael Vick.
You're going with D-Jax?
Yeah. I'm looking at that Monday night game, and I'm seeing that every week.
Dude. I mean, let's see here. 4, 7. Oh man, I got some wiggle room here. I might go. How about this? I think I'm going to go with that. I'm going to go Devontae.
Ooh.
I'm going to go with. Wow, could that be? Could I go Hurts, Brown, Devontae? I got to go T.O. I want to go T.O., dude. I'm T.O.
I'm also taking T.O.
So I want A.J. Brown, although you're going D-Jax and T.O. fit better.
I'm building a good team here. Got to be honest with you. I'm liking this one a lot. Might log on to Madden later today. Build this one up.
If I got Brown and T.O., I want A.J., man. A.J.'s a great player.
$3 too.
That's from
steal.
$3. Even Mike Quick for $4.
Thought about that too.
Because then your tight end is because I'm good with Goddard, but Keith Jackson was a stud.
Right.
Did you hear about Keith Jackson?
I heard about Keith Jackson. Keith Jackson was the tight end that was making things happen in the passing game before that was the norm.
Like, you know what's amazing? The Eagles, and I know people are right away, you're talking about that team, but the Eagles were historic. Like those two, think about that. Both Randall started what you see today, and then Keith Jackson was the advent of the tight end wide receiver. You had a couple of Kellen Winslow was there, but Keith Jackson was that guy.
The guys that start the revolution are hardly the ones that enjoy the end of it.
Isn't that interesting?
Yeah. They get to be the ones that, blaze the path, but they don't get to be the ones that get remembered necessarily for it.
I know. Yeah, I think you got to. You know what's funny? I know you're going Vic.
Right.
Vic for $1 is pretty good value.
That's insane value.
I know.
I mean, you're getting an incredible talent for $1, saving it to give him the number of weapons.
I think you got to, like, if I'm looking at these prices, I think you got to go Vic 2, Foles $1.
Yeah, if you're just going strictly skill in terms of prices, because I imagine they're doing the accomplishments in there, which is why Foles.
Right, but would you? Who takes Foles? You really can't take Foles.
No, I'm not taking Foles. I could save $1, go Vic.
Right.
And I got.
But you got to flop. You should flop it. I would edit that.
Right. There's a couple things I would add about this, but
what else would you edit?
The Ertz, what we talked about earlier, having Ertz in there.
Well, we did that.
Right. I think that was one. I don't know. We really feel like we're getting the discount there with Waters, but I don't know who you would put, how you'd move them up. Like where you would go up above.
Probably the best value at running back is Wilbert.
At 3.
I mean, he was a great back.
Yeah. I get those stories all the time.
Yeah, he was a great back. I mean, B. West. See, I'm not paying Shady 5 when I got B. West for 4. And then Wilbert gives you something. Ricky Waters at $2. Even Sproles. Like, Sproles is a good back, man. He actually ran between the tackles, and he got you tough yards. He was an underrated player.
Yes, he was. Most certain, especially because he's going to end up being the last of a generation of returners that were really good burners. The way they've tried to take away the return game.
And I think he's underrated just as a runner.
Oh, yeah, as a running back as well. But I'm looking at this group that I'm able to form through the wide receivers. I got Vic throwing to Owens and Jackson with Westbrook in the backfield. I like that a lot.
Yeah, I agree.
Then you just tack on Selleck there. And I feel good.
Why, you're going to go with Brent?
Yeah, because you dropped him the $1, right? We slid Ertz in. You dropped him down.
Selleck for $1. Yeah.
Yeah, that's a solid deal. I like that group. I think I win.
Because it goes Keith Jackson, Goddard, Ertz, Chad Lewis, then Selleck. Then you got Brent.
Yeah, and I got Selleck at $1. I'm cool with that. I line up with that every day.
Yeah, B. West, I just saw B. West commercial. See his commercial?
I did not.
For, like, long-term care.
Oh.
Yeah, he had Brian Westbrook. He had the nice smile. He looked good.
He's just
it was good. It was good.
Yeah.
It was good. He did well.
Good look for Brian.
Listen, I see those dudes. I always root for those guys.
Oh, of course.
You know? To me, the best bargain at receiver is A.J. Brown and Devontae. Devontae's a sneaky good player, dude.
Yeah, he's only getting overshadowed by having Brown next to him.
Yeah, he's a sneaky. If you think back to a lot of those big plays last year, that was a Devontae. Devontae's a good player.
Most receptions by a wide receiver in a season. I understand 17 games. I get it, but still, I mean, he had a sneaky good season just because he's playing there with A.J. Brown. He gets all the headlines, and obviously the Hurts jump had everyone's eyes. Playing with a lot of talented players might get lost in the shuffle a little bit, but for $6, you can have the Brown-Smith tandem. It's not a bad deal in this game for 15.
It really is. All right, let me see what other people. So the other people gave you, let me look on Instagram because a lot of people took it. So my man DeWoo gives you Hurts, Ricky Waters, AJ and Devontae, and Keith Jackson. That's pretty good.
It's not bad.
Because Keith, you get another stud receiver, dude, in Keith Jackson. So AJ, Devontae, Keith Jackson with Ricky running for some, tough yards. It's a pretty good team.
Wait. I'm doing the math on this one. I don't mean to take away from Dawood's optimism here. But he's doing a $5 tight end, $3 quarterback. That's $10 for the running back. Gets us, or $2 to run back gets us up to 10. And then, did you say Devontae and AJ?
Yeah.
That's 6. He's over the cap.
He's over the cap. By $1.
Yeah, you got to figure it out. Got to drop that down. We can't
so
have that.
If I was going to edit that for him, instead of Ricky Waters, I go Sproles. That's the move.
I might slide to the Goddard.
No, dude. Well, yeah, you just don't know. Goddard's terrific, but Keith Jackson would be who he would be. Like he's not Kelsey like that. He would be more, who was the dude? Oh my God, from San Diego, from the Chargers.
Gonzalez?
No.
Gates?
Antonio Gates. He's like Gates.
Dude, Antonio Gates?
He was like Antonio. Keith Jackson was like him.
Still like me some
Could
Goddard.
run. I like Goddard too. Plus, Goddard's a good blocker. But Keith Jackson can run, good receiver. Like when we do our number one, like, I was going through the all-time Eagles list. So if you go back to it, so we have Hurts or Randall. We've been fighting it out at quarterback. We had, if you go with your two running backs, I think it's got to be B. West and Shady. You agree?
I would agree with that.
Your receivers were T.O., Deshaun, and A.J. Brown.
Leaving Quick out?
I I love Mike. I don't know where you fit him.
I know it's a tough question.
Because you would play Deshaun in the slot, and you go T.O. and A.J. on the outside.
I know this is a shock to the audience, but I'm just making sure we don't go full 21st century. Just looking out for the Mike Quicks of the world.
Nah, but I don't think you can. I think you have to go those three.
Listen, you're not getting any fight from me. I enjoy watching all three.
Tight ends, I'd probably go Jackson Goddard. Because Goddard's a good blocker, and Jackson was the receiver.
You gonna get this pass through before you get Chunas back? You don't want that Ertz conversation?
Nah, we've already had that.
Oh, I know. I'm just saying.
Goddard greater than Ertz.
116 catches in a season.
Yeah, I mean, it was his favorite guy.
I know his favorite guy.
He leaned on him.
I'm more of a Goddard guy as well. I'm just, again, filling him for the chair
He's a better player. Goddard's better than Ertz, that's all.
Yeah, I think
no
also
disrespect to Ertz.
The peak of Ertz in terms of the receiving tight end is probably higher, but the overall workload when they're all said and done, I go Goddard.
No disrespect to Ertz, but
no.
I go Goddard all day. Let's see. Now, your O-line, which is awesome. So Jason Peters has to be one of them.
Correct.
One of your tackles.
Absolutely.
So Peters and Runyon, I think, are your tackles. Oh, Lane.
I was going to say, you got to pave the lane here.
Yeah. I love John. Lane and Peters. So Peters your left tackle. Lane is your right tackle. I mean, this team would be pretty nasty because then you would have Runyon backing up Lane, and you would have Trey Thomas backing up Peters. Kelsey's your center. And then you fill in with your guards. I mean, if you look at that offense,
no joke.
That offense is pretty good. That offense is pretty nasty, dude.
Yeah, giddy. That's the type of thing, again, you build like the all-time team, take the roster like Madden or something, you could play your entire afternoon just dominating people. I mean, that's
T. Will goes Trey over Peters. I don't see that.
I don't think so.
I mean, Peters a Hall of Famer.
Yeah.
Peters nothing against Trey because Trey was a great player too, and I love Trey. But Peters was Jason Peters in his he changed. That was probably one of the greatest free agent signings in the history of the Eagles.
Most certainly. I mean, you see the longevity you got out of him, the talent he had. And he set the tone. A lot of sense for this team. Like just the way he protected, the way he was all about keeping the quarterback upright. I mean, I think one of the all-time grabs for them, one of the all-time players. I couldn't imagine putting anyone above him.
You know what I think the last couple of years when he was hanging on,
the fatigue at the end, where it's like, all right, we're not doing this again.
I mean, only because he just stayed too long. I mean, he was grabbing checks, which is fine, but I think that hurt his legacy.
Definitely.
As great as he was, Jason Peters, at the end, the last couple of years,
Yeah, but we can't get caught up in that.
No.
You got to look at the whole picture.
No, I mean, I'll be honest with you. I don't even think it's close. Wow, T. Will goes prime for prime. I'm taking Trey. I don't see that at all.
Gonna have to disagree on that one. I'm nothing against Trey. Again, it's all about just the peak level of Peters and what he was able to give you for all those years. I can't.
Now,
I can't
he goes an argument with, he goes over the drafted guy over the free agent. I don't think that matters.
No, that doesn't matter. What am I supposed to feel better? Like my Tio one season of greatness? Am I supposed to dismiss that because he wasn't a drafted guy, because he wasn't a born Eagle?
No, and by the way, he played here the bulk of his career.
Oh, yeah.
When he comes over here, he plays all his prime here.
We got a contribution here from Statman Ark back there. Throwing on the board right here. Bob Brown over Peters. All-Pro every season as an Eagle.
Yeah, I can't. I have no reference. I don't know. I can't do
that. I think someone gave you Bob Brown early in the week, right? Did you guys get this earlier? I feel like I heard someone give us Bob Brown.
Yeah, I can't tell you Bob Brown.
Yeah, my head tell you Peters.
I can't tell you that. I don't know. The guard would be interesting because there's a lot of the same guards.
Right.
When you look at the guard play, there's a lot of sameness. Like, I'm a Herman's man.
I imagine he's on there. I mean, durability, in terms of availability, what, decade with the organization? Consistent play level? Yeah, I think at that point, you got to put him on there.
Listen, he was a very good player.
D-Train checking in, helping us at guard. Let's go Evan Mathis.
He was good.
He was good. He was a part of that the Chip Kelly ending so many guys.
They missed him, yeah.
Yeah, they did miss him. He went Broncos, right? Won the Super Bowl with the Broncos.
Good, he did.
Yes.
Good get. Uncle Frank, the Wu-Tang Uncle Frank gave us Bob Brown.
There you go. That checks out.
Yeah, I don't know. I can't have no reference. So
right. You have no reference.
When I look at tackle, I mean Peters was he was a lockdown tackle.
Oh, for years.
Right?
I mean, it's amazing that he ends up here and ends up the level of play he was. Being able to grab that and have that for so many years. Again, the end for a lot of people is the brutal part, but come on.
I mean, you could put Brandon Brooks in there.
Could also put Brandon Brooks in there.
That the Jaws line of the first Super Bowl team that lost to the Raiders, I mean, that was kind of a legendary line, but I can't really assess their play compared to today.
Yeah.
You know, in the early part of the 2000s, they had a guy who was really talented. He was nasty. John Wellborn. And he was nasty. He was good. And it was funny, but he was crazy. He used to fight with his own teammates. He was like training camp. So that's another thing. Back then, and again, this is not ancient history.
Right. But
we're talking about you played in the vault. And I would like to get into a discussion a little bit, but you played in the vault, John McEnroe screaming at an official. And it was an argument, loud argument in the middle of a match. And there was a lot of altercations. Like back then, and I think back to training camp, and I'm bringing up Wellborn, there were fights. Like training camp was, those guys would go at, there was 6 fights today in training camp.
Nasty.
Now they don't even hit. Right, like now,
right.
You're not even tackled to the ground. Back then, and I remember Andy going, like he quietly liked it. Because that was the way to build up the calluses, but there were training camp skirmishes. That was a big thing.
Sign of competition.
We would count the fights. Now, in that era, now we're talking 2000, like early 2000s. But that era also, veteran guys would start fights so they get tossed that they end practice early.
That's awesome.
Yes.
Get me out of here.
Yeah.
What is it like? You just walk up to someone earlier in the day, hey, you want to fight? Guess it's like the scene in Grown Ups where they're on the basketball court. They want to fake the injuries, get off the court. Right. Let's fake the fight here and get us out of here.
All right. So, and I'm curious. Back then, I'm sure you could come up with a million altercations. Whereas now, when's the last time you heard coaches going at it like in a press conference or guys going at it on the floor on the court?
The one that comes to mind from recent would be the Stewart and LeBron back and forth. Right? Isaiah Stewart's running after LeBron. They're trying to hold him back. And you got Russell Westbrook, the two hands up, looking like he's trying to take somebody while he's playing the hold me back. But, I mean, it's become like a hold me back type of world. It's like I want to have the idea of going after someone, but I'm not going after someone.
Well, civility.
Yeah.
Or,
the disguise of it.
It's
the idea. We might be civil.
Yeah.
But nobody wants to be, you don't want to be the guy that fights when everyone else is trying to keep the peace. Now, there you go. Going after the peacekeeper. The Simmons, the back and forth, Embiid, Towns, and Simmons, the peacekeeper.
That's great.
There you go. There's your last altercation.
Yeah, my mate Steven, it's funny. Steven says on Instagram, I used to listen for who got in the fights every day at training camp. Nowadays, we hear about who cried at camp. But that was true. Like, there were a lot of skirmishes, man. That's classic. 610-632-0975. 610-632-0975 is how you join us. We got our man Kevin DeGandhi coming up, and we'll get back to it. All your calls straight ahead. We'll get back to the phones. It's Cuz Radio with our man Dickie Dunn. It's NBA draft, so we want to make sure we send you to the to FanFest. We have tickets. If you want an NBA draft question, you ask us, you shall receive. And also, we're talking about the game itself and how the game has changed. Interesting discussion. It's Cuz Radio. Dickie Dunn. Let's talk a little bit about Golden Nugget Jewelers. And I tell you all the time that if you met that person and you met that beautiful him. And, I mean, obviously, he's a freakish talent. That kind of size, can shoot over anybody. He's got a great touch. Is a bit frail. Where do you kind of see him?
I think he's the future. The ability to be positionless. We're talking about a 7'5" guard.
Yeah.
The one issue, and everybody's going to point to it because it's obvious, is durability. You just brought that up quickly. So his trainer was, Luka's trainer. No, I'm sorry, Dirk's trainer. And basically they told him not to lift weights. They wanted him to continue to grow and fill out his frame. Now look at what Giannis looked like when he came out in 2014. And then look what Giannis looks like now.
Yeah.
So I think there's this belief. And then you got to see how Kevin Durant is, right? Kevin Durant is so misleading at 7 foot. He is lanky and tall, but he carries his weight so well. I think the one thing with Wembanyama will be, 82 game schedule. He played in the league, where they were playing every 5, 6, 7 days. It's not going to be like that in the NBA, a completely different grind. But, if he stays healthy, man, I think the kid is going to be, he's all the hype you hear, he's going to be that more because his jumper is beautiful. He's not afraid to go down low. He can block shots. It's just, can he stay healthy? And, look what happened last year with Chet Holmgren, right? Young man gets drafted, ton of hype by Oklahoma City, and then gets hurt before the season starts. So you just got to make sure, especially those first couple years when it comes to development. We understand that in our city. I mean, look what happened with Joel. Look what happened with Ben. Look what happened with Markelle. You've got to make sure those first couple of years you are protecting the player so he can continue to grow into his frame.
Yeah, and that's such a big issue. And those really excessively tall guys is always the fear. And you know what? And maybe it's just Sean Bradley / Minute, right? Now Wembanyama is the, like you said, he's the next iteration of this, size that is very athletic and that's got incredible touch.
Yeah. So the only thing he had in common with Sean Bradley was one was 7'6", the other one's 7'5", and then after that the comparisons changed. Right? I mean, this guy was studying and won mixtapes on dribbling. He studied on VHS Pete Maravich homework videos, which his coach kept on emphasizing. We're going to learn this. We're going to learn that. So I think there's a little bit of a different approach with Wembanyama and making sure. I mean, they knew by the time he was 15 that he was going to be a lottery pick. It was just how much more can he develop? And the guy has figured it out. But one other thing, he's going to be down there, and Bradley and Minute played with legit bigs every night. The NBA does not have every. Yeah,
I was going to bring that up to you. Yep.
Right?
Yep.
You see a bunch of the spacing. You see guys like Embiid now with the spacing, and look at Porzingis in that trade with the Celtics. That's all about spacing, and he can hit the three. Brook Lopez can hit the three. So the league has changed so much on size down low that he's not going to be banging a lot down there like we saw with Bradley, because Bradley was playing back in the day when Robinson was playing and Shaq was playing and Olajuwon was playing. Just a completely different era.
Yeah, it is, and it's a great point that you bring up because as much as you worry about his slight build, it's not like you're going to get eaten alive by those dudes. Now it's interesting because it's the Embiid, right, who really is the first big that because he takes Olajuwon's game to that next level. And Wembanyama goes like beyond where Joe is when it comes to, creating his own shot and actually shooting the basketball.
I completely agree. And they asked him recently, who are the guys that he studies? And he said, Jokic. And when you watch Jokic's game, Jokic is not a banger, right? Jokic is a beautiful passer, stays up high, and can facilitate. What does Joel do? Joel does bang. But Joel also can hit the three, and he sometimes, to many people's dismay in the city, settles for threes on the outside. He also watches Giannis and Kevin Durant. And when you see those type of guys, I mean, Giannis is one of those guys. He will drive. He likes the contact, but he has found a way to be able to be a great facilitator and shoot some outside shots. And then I think if anybody that's a big man, who follows Kevin Durant, understands that Kevin Durant is like the next evolution, right? Now we've got these 6'10", 3-and-D guys that have watched Kevin Durant, Paul George, and they want to be those type of players. Let's have the length. Let's kind of, I'm the Swiss Army knife. I could do a lot of different things. 3-and-D. Wembanyama is one of those guys, man. He could block anybody's shot, and he could hit that three consistently, and he has handle. It's kind of scary what the Spurs are getting, and he's in the right system.
Yeah.
When you have something that's built in with Pop and understanding the Tony Parkers and the Boris Diaws and understanding the culture, it could not have been a better spot for Wembanyama to make that transition and eventually try to be the face of the league.
I know. He's going to be interesting. I do like, it's funny when the influx of Euros and you look at that style of play. I mean, it is kind of, the blend is actually terrific. Like, not for nothing, lost in that series. I mean, Denver plays a beautiful brand of basketball.
Yes, they do. Absolutely. It's scary how well. But how do they play? It's dictated by the big man, right?
Yep.
And then when you have some sharpshooters around you, and then you have a big man that can facilitate and do everything, it's a complete game changer, and it's really scary what it's going to look like out west.
Yeah, it really is. Who else do you like in this draft? Let's go through player by player.
I mean, Brandon Miller, the Alabama freshman,
yeah.
And I know he had to deal with some stuff in January and February, and we're talking about a young mother losing her life. But again, there have been no charges against him. He has been completely forthright with, the Alabama Tuscaloosa County Chief Deputy District Attorney throughout the process, and he will not face any charges as a result of the homicide. The kid is really talented, especially when you look at 6'9", 200 pounds. I mean, average 19 points. I really think if he goes to Charlotte, it fits really well with LaMelo. Scoot Henderson is one of those guys. I mean, he played in the G League Ignite. He's 6'2". I mean, his lower legs and core, he is a truck.
Yeah.
He is built like a truck. He's outside shooting.
He's like those sturdy, tough guards are hard to find too.
Totally. And he's got a great pull-up jumper. And hypothetically, and if you see the Blazers take him at 3, I think then that motions the way that, okay, this could now set the wheels in motion this summer with Damian Lillard on the block in Portland, right? I'm intrigued by 2 other guys. Amen Thompson, who's one of the Thompson twins. He played in overtime elite. He's projected to go 4 to the Rockets. He is the best athlete in the draft. He's 6'7", 214 pounds. The one thing he struggles with is shooting. He's more of a point guard facilitator. But that kid, if you can mold him, I mean, he is the best athlete in this draft, bar none. But right behind him, when we talk about, like, real potential, I know people in the city will be like, yeah, I've been waiting for you to say it, Kevin. Cam Whitmore.
Yes.
He's the guy that can go from 5 to 9 in that lottery.
Yeah.
He's got unlimited upside from Nova. He's another tank. He's chiseled. He's got an NBA-ready body. It's just he didn't have a great season dealing with injuries. His workouts have been...
Yeah, well, that's what I want to ask you about. What are they saying about him? Because I thought the same thing.
They've been saying, like, the workouts have been encouraging, but the question marks are, all right, can he go to the right fit?
Yeah.
If he can go to the right fit, then he could actually explode. And, again, the upside has been untapped. He can shoot from the outside. Can he stay on the floor? Can he stay motivated? Can he stay active the entire time? Because if he can, you're getting a steal in the draft potentially at 6, 7, or 8.
I don't think about that. Can he stay motivated? Ugh.
Because, again, he walks into a gym. He's the type of guy.
I know.
He walks off, and you're like, okay, he's going number 1 or number 2.
Yeah.
The way he's built. Like, he he is built like an Adonis when it comes to, let's see, an NBA type player.
Correct.
Just again, 6'7", 235 pounds. Can he stay consistent on the floor? Can he continue to build and progress? And then I think you can have a steal there. And, I don't know. There's a lot of things that when you see the way the game has changed, and I was just sitting there, Ant, because when I do this draft, I go through all the swing and misses with the Sixers. And deep down, it's torture for me.
Oh, my God. Is it torture? Oh,
I come back to one guy. I come back to one guy. I come back to Mikal Bridges.
Yeah.
And just how perfect he would be for this team, how perfect he is in the league. He is the face of what the league is now about. 6'9", do you have the length? Can you D up? Can you play multiple positions? Can you hit the three? And that is, that's a dream. And now the Nets have him, and the Suns desperately needed a guy like that, but they brought in Kevin Durant.
I know. How about that? How about that trade? I mean, jeez, it's
Are you talking about the Bradley Beal trade? Or
Beal.
Right
Beal.
I don't. So, Ann, here's the.
How do they fit? You have no bench.
Exactly.
Yeah, go ahead.
To your point, you have no bench. I don't. When you talk about sustainability, you know what the Suns look like in these trades? They look like, I think, what you and I would do, or what our kids would do if they were playing 2K and they wanted to. Right. I don't know if it's going to be a long-term, like the entire season, the sustainability and a deep playoff run. But you're like, well, look at, I got three guys that could potentially score 25 points a game. I just don't know how that's going to work in a deep playoff run when you need a multiple play. I mean, look at the Nuggets, and they had multiple players. I mean, Christian Brown, the Kansas player, he just had immediate minutes. And then you saw, I thought Brown was phenomenal, and he's going to check out and enter free agency. He was so critical as a defensive player, Bruce Brown. So you need multiple guys. And we haven't even talked about Gordon and Murray and how the Nuggets are built together. I just don't know if the roster of the Suns can sustain a deep run.
Well, the other big trade in the NBA, we're talking to the great Kevin Nagandi. Make sure you watch his draft coverage tonight on ABC. Draft also be on ESPN, but we got to follow our man. I'm just curious. When you look at Porzingis, I love the trade for Boston. How do they turn Marcus Smart into Porzingis and draft capital?
Isn't that amazing?
Sickening, to be honest with you.
The two things that they did for them to get a first rounder is ridiculous. And to adjust, and also because Brogdon's health is a big issue, and that's why that first trade of the Clippers didn't go through. To get Porzingis, and one of the reasons why I think they got some draft capital is Porzingis is on a 1-year deal. He had to opt in before midnight for this deal to go through at $36 million. He is a spacer, and we started this conversation about spacing, right? And when you have a big man that can space, they cannot rely on Al Horford and Robert Williams' health. If he's healthy, different player, but staying consistently healthy in the postseason is a big issue. That's the tagline with Porzingis. So for the Celtics to wipe off Marcus Smart and get him off the boards, because Memphis definitely needs a guy like that. I don't know. The Celtics now all of a sudden are the favorites, and you sit there and you're like, oh, gosh, why do we have to watch this and stare at this as they continue to improve their lineup?
I know. It's disgusting.
Can he stay healthy? That's the question. That is a massive question that has crushed his entire career and been the biggest storyline. Hey, listen, you could drop 23 points with the Wizards and no one's paying attention night in and night out.
Right.
You won't be paying attention to what you're doing in Boston. And that's a completely different approach.
What are you hearing? You hearing anything? You hearing anything for our squad?
Only thing I've heard is potentially the Sixers trying to, buy into the second round to get a pick. There are multiple teams that have multiple second rounders that are just not going to be able to have, sustainability of 3 or 4 guys on the roster. And the other thing is I would I would plan on seeing James Harden in a Sixers uniform. The question will be, how long would a contract be? I think ideally for people who look at James Harden, who's turning 34 in August, you would want a 2-year deal.
Yeah, see, I hear they're not going past 2 years.
Yeah, that's the thing. He wants 4. And
you can't do that. There's no way you can do it. You can't do it. You're hijacking Embiid's prime.
100%, Ant.
I gotta be keeping 100 with you, and we all like we always do. I did no ill will. I had nothing. I let him go. I let him walk. I let him go to Houston.
I don't think Houston's a market anymore for him.
Yeah,
and that's the thing. That's what I find most interesting about.
That's what it seems
how
like.
this is developing.
Yeah.
I don't think Houston's gonna make an offer to him, and I don't think there are teams around the league that are going to make big offers for James Harden. And
yeah, you know why? Because he's kind of cooked. Like he's like half cooked.
34 in August.
I know.
And he found a way to fit in to what the Sixers were doing this year. But, man, it's hard to ignore what those playoffs look like and how cooked he looked in 3 of those games, especially.
Exactly.
It is really hard. And the problem is for James is there is no real market to generate interest. So I would be very curious to see what kind of contract gets done. But I don't know. I'm going to make a prediction, Ant. I'm going to make a prediction that, if he signs for 4 years, he won't be in Philadelphia inside 2 years. That's my prediction.
Yeah, I see that. I could see that. You know what the shame is? I just don't want that. I don't want to get them. I would almost take a step back, let Maxey breathe, see what he can do, and then go attack the following summer free agent class.
Well, yeah, and I think flexibility will be a big storyline, especially with you and I have talked about this the last couple of weeks with Tobias Harris's future, especially with his contract, which is movable. And there have been a handful of teams that have checked in, and I'll be curious to see if Tobias is moved this summer because it'll give more of the flexibility for them to try to make some changes to the roster.
Yeah. I don't know. It's funny. Can you build a team? And this is all we got to discuss. Can you build a team if you let Hart? Because I don't know how Maxey flourishes when Harden's got the basketball, and I don't know that Hart that can play without the basketball. We talked about how he was effective off ball, but he seemed to not like that. So if he doesn't like playing without the ball, then you're stuck.
You're stuck. You're 100% stuck. But I got to give Tyrese Maxey a ton of credit, man. He has made sure that he is a bona fide potential star in this league because of the work he's done with that outside jumper and his ability to, accept different roles when Doc was here and understand that what they were asking from him. And he's always stepped up to the plate. I'm with you. I think your question was, can you win with Maxey and Embiid? And
right. Can you build a team with those two as your core, right? Like if you extrapolate and Maxey takes another leap, right?
Yeah.
Can you get enough? Now again, you're kind of stuck because you only get a mid exemption for losing Harden, but can you put a couple pieces around so now it looks a little different and you actually keep the bias until the end of the year?
Yes, that's actually a great point. So it's just the one issue is if they let Harden walk, you and I have discussed this, you cannot fill that space he leaves with the money that they were paying him.
Yeah.
Right? So it is the philosophy you sign Harden and eventually you still have a piece that you could trade down the road, but then that may get in the way of the development of, I think, a potential star in Tyrese Maxey.
Yeah, you go back to the ball. Who has the ball in their hands? What do you think of Siakam? You think Siakam and Embiid could play together?
Oh, I do.
Yeah?
Absolutely.
You like that?
And I know why you brought him up. you got the coach that knows how to use them.
Yeah.
And Nick Nurse, right? I was actually a little bit excited about the Van Vliet news of him testing the market, but I don't think they have any shot. And
no, I hear that's not in the cards.
No, and I think he's going to the West. So I would love Siakam. Shoot, I think everybody remembers what he did in 2019. Man, he was critical to help Kawhi and Van Vliet and Lowry win that NBA title. He is again one of those Swiss Army knives. All right, he can do a lot of different things, and he's long. And that's the story. Are you long? What's the length here? And can you have length? Can you apply that length on both ends of the floor? And Siakam checks all those boxes.
Yeah. He can shoot the ball. I go, Cameroon. It would be kind of fun, man. That would be kind of fun. I got to tell you, I love it. I'm so looking forward to your coverage tonight. You're made to do this too, because you're a great storyteller. You know the game, but you also, most importantly, is that you know how to weave a story around it. So I'm really looking forward to it.
And I really appreciate that. The show will be on ABC. Stephen A. Smith and I with the first round. And to remind everybody, if you want pick-by-pick and analysis, that's over on ESPN for the 2 rounds led by Malika Andrews. We're doing a different approach. We're going storytelling with every single draft pick to get behind the scenes and the fan experience and the family experience. We get to share that on ABC. And before I go in, I do want to say one quick thing. I just got word of it this afternoon, and I'm devastated. In Philadelphia, he was basically the right-hand man to our guy Ron Jaworski. Jason Coffey Jones just passed away.
Dude, can I tell you?
Completely in shock.
I saw it. I was looking at my Instagram because we're doing the show, and I like to incorporate a lot of the Instagram and Twitter messages into the show. And I saw a post by Jaws, and literally I couldn't concentrate for like a minute. I think I was probably stuttering or whatever I was doing, but I couldn't believe it.
Yeah,
what a great guy. And for people who don't know, he's a great guy, great Philadelphian. He was Jaws' right-hand man, like Kevin said, and he was a great guy. Just a good beautiful man. Yeah.
Yeah, and he would always send me texts. We'd always talk all the time, and I know how much he meant to Jaws.
Oh, my God, I know.
Perfect example for our audience. Hey, man, cherish the people that are around you, the people you love. Tell them you love them, because you just never know, man. This life is fragile, and Jason was one of those great type of people that you wanted to be around. You would always laugh, and And my prayers are out to his family. I know Jaws is hurting, and his entire family's hurting with the news. Good human being. So, when you get home,
brother.
Hug your wife, hug your kids, hug your spouses. Tell your friends you love them.
Yeah, amen, brother. Good stuff, man. Listen, love you, pal. Break a leg tonight. We'll be watching.
Appreciate you. Love you.
There he is, the great Kevin, the Gandhi on the Comcast Business Hotline. We'll come back. We'll open up the phones again and talk to our friends. And I want to kind of get into a couple of things. We've been doing the Five and Some Fun with the Eagles all-time team, and we've been having some fun talking about the draft and these trades. And let me ask you, because Sixer-wise, and I know we got the Phillies coming up in about 20 minutes, Phillies Braves, but one of the things that I'm curious about, and this is what scares me off of Harden, which is I think Maxey, I think you need to find out about Maxey. I think it's imperative. So we'll do that. And, of course, a little bit later on, the commander of the vault will be back at it again. Isn't that right, buddy?
That's right. Looking forward to it. 2.0.
Cuts Radio. Dickie Dunn right here. 97.5 The Fanatic. Let's talk about the Bet Parks app. It is a Bet Parks Thursday. And right now, of course, we got Fightins, Nola Elder for Atlanta. Look, here's the deal. If you want to go Phillies and over, which is a good possibility. There you go. That pays 135. So that's pretty cool. You could bet player performances, hits, home runs, ribbies, strikeouts, over under on total runs scored. Download the BetParx Casino and Sportsbook app now. In fact, new customers make a winning $10 bet. You get $125 in bonus sportsbook bets back. And don't forget the BetParx app, the official betting operator of the PGA Tour. You can bet golf with BetParx. Your favorite golfers, matches. You can go round by round. You name it. It's all there. Spread, same game parlays. You name it. You got to be 21, PA, New Jersey, Ohio. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Fanatic Sports Update.
Phillies rained out. I'm Ray Dunn. This update is brought to you by Whole Foods Market. Get your summer fruit savings at Whole Foods Market. Save on 16 ounces of organic strawberries for $3.69 with Prime through June 27th. While supplies last, shop in-store or online. Terms apply. The Phillies had a game last night that, well, just never got started. It was a 6:40 start. It was supposed to be Aaron Nola Mount against A.J. Smith-Shawver, but after 9 o'clock, it was postponed to September 11th, where they'll play a doubleheader with the Braves. As for today's game, it's about to get started. Nola will be on the mound. It's now Bryce Elder on the other side for the Braves as the Phillies try to split the home series before the Mets come to town tomorrow. In the NBA, a major shakeup with the Celtics, Wizards, and Grizzlies agreeing to a 3-team deal. Boston sending Marcus Smart to Memphis. Kristaps Porzingis and a pair of picks making their way to Boston. Elsewhere in the NBA, Chris Middleton declined his player option to test the free agent waters. And tonight, the NBA draft on ESPN and ABC. Kevin Agandi just joined the show to talk all things NBA draft. You can catch that conversation on 97.5 thefanatic.com. Keep it locked right here to 97.5 The Fanatic for the latest news and information. With this update, I'm Ray Dunn.
Anthony Gargano, weekdays 10 to 2 on 97.5 The Fanatic.
It's a fact, Jack. Gary Barbera is back with his big Auto Palooza. Get ready, Freddie. Employee pricing plus 0% financing back at Barbera. You don't love it? Bring it back. Dan Stan, that's the plan from the man. Philly, South Jersey, I'm talking to you. Are you listening? We're ladies and gentlemen serving ladies and gentlemen. You don't love your new deeply discounted Dodge, Chrysler, or cheap Jeep? Bring it back to Barbera. Hank, take it to the bank. Lee, can't you see? Get your butt to Gary Barbera's #1 Chrysler land, #1 Jeep land, Barbeck and the Boulevard in the great Northeast. Low employee pricing, 0% financing. You don't love your
the NBA than in football. And the kid's a bust.
Yeah, we love to do the next or this is the guy, the heir apparent. How many guys have been the next or the best prospect since LeBron? How many times have you heard that phrase uttered?
Dude, it was the same thing when they dubbed Harold Miner Baby Jordan.
Yeah. Like, it's one of those things where you just keep getting fed that. All right, yeah.
It's the land of false messiahs, is what it is, the NBA.
We played the cut earlier. You had Markelle Fultz. He was James Harden. He was the clone of James Harden.
Yeah, who said that? It was one of their...
it was one of their draft analysts. I can find it back and get it for you again.
Don't worry about it. No, but I mean, that comp. I mean, listen, I like Fultz, so I can't say anything. Now, I didn't want to trade up to get him with Boston and Tatum. Obviously, I still think Boston, stays there and takes Tatum.
Oh, if you don't make that trade, they take Tatum. You probably end up with him at Fultz either way.
I'm just sick today.
Stop.
I'm sick. Because you know what? All roads lead back to the process, right? So Porzingis gets moved to Boston, and I think it's a great move for Boston. They trade smart. They get Porzingis, and they get 2 number 1 picks this year and next year. How does that happen? And, of course, Porzingis, if you go back to the process, did not want to be drafted by the Sixers. They said, don't draft me.
Won't even meet.
It goes full circle. It's unbelievable. It goes full circle. Oh, my God. So frustrating. And then the Celtics wind up with that kind of trade. That's my biggest fear is we go into the next season and it's ho-hum. I just don't know what moves they can make.
That's the tough part of all this, where every offseason it felt like there was a pivot point where it's like, all right, got to the offseason. This is how you can change things, shake it up, maybe make this thing better. Right now, it's like, run it back. Like you're in that malaise. I don't like this. I don't like the feeling of just kind of being stuck and being here where we don't really have the pivot.
That's right. Thanks, Rick. Jay Billis called Fultz.
There you go.
Jay Billis called Fultz James Harden. He's a James Harden clone. Oh my God. All right. 610-632-0975. 610-632-0975. We got a couple open lines for our final segment of the day. We have Vault Part 2 coming up. And I didn't give out any FanFest tickets, so I need to do that. So if you call last segment, you got your FanFest ticket, 610-632-0975. It's Cuz Radio with the man, Dickie Dunn, undisputed Vault champion? What will Chunas have to say about that? Now, when I'm off, are you working?
Yes, I'll be here.
You'll be here with the... Now, who does the Vault?
Oh, when Chunas is in there, I still do the Vault.
So you do the Vault.
Correct.
While Chunas is in... Because Chunas fills in for me, you'll be doing the Vault?
Yes. He'll be keeping watchful eye, though. These types of days, I just get the keys to the Vault. I go in, I'm grabbing everything, I'm going crazy. He's watching it. The Vault. Is he going to take anything? Is he going to bring anything out of there he shouldn't? He's got a watchful eye, that Chunas.
That's weird. That might be... You might have to go DVD. Dick v. Dick. Dick Chunas. Dickie Dunn.
Cut it at 11:06.
And who has the better Vault? Leave it up to the audience to find out.
Come back to warfare. You're going to come back to Italy. It's going to be the two of us fighting.
That's fantastic. 610-632-0975. Cuz Radio, Dickie Dunn, hanging out on a Thursday, NBA Draft Day. Look, let's talk about your kitchen for a second, because the great people at Colonial Marble and Granite can really help you. I mean, get the kitchen of your dreams that will completely change your entire home. That's what it'll do. It's amazing. Right now, you can get a fully installed granite countertop for just $14.99. How about this? Up to 40 square feet all-in kitchen for $69.99. And that includes countertops, cabinetry, sink and faucet package. Colonial Marble offers zero money down, 0% financing for up to 18 months on purchases of $19.99 or more. Stop by an area showroom. They're going to guide you through your project from selection to installation. Now, their flagship locations in King of Prussia, it's amazing. Stunning. I mean, they have the nation's largest slab yard, over 55,000 square feet of marble, granite, quartz stones. I mean, just amazing stuff. You got to set up an in-home consultation. Check it out. See it for yourself. It's art. It's God's Art Gallery. They also have a design team. They have visualizers on their website. Just go to colonialmarble.net and book your appointment. Colonialmarble.net and tell them Cuz sent you.
Fanatic Sports Update.
Phillies in action. I'm Ray Dunn. This update is brought to you by Discover. Discover credit cards do something awesome at the end of your first year. They automatically double all the cash back you've earned. That's right. Everything you earn doubled. See terms and check it out for yourself at discover.com/match. After being rained out last night, the Phillies and Braves completing their series at Citizens Bank Park. Aaron Nola getting through a clean first inning. Bryce Elder right now on the mound against the Phillies as the Phillies try to split the series. In the NBA, a major shakeup as the Celtics, Wizards, and Grizzlies agree to a 3-team deal. Marcus Smart to Memphis, Kristaps Porzingis, and a pair of picks making their way to Boston. Also in the NBA, Chris Middleton declined his player option, testing the free agent waters, and tonight is the NBA draft. The Sixers without a draft pick as of right now. Keep it locked right here for the latest news and information. I'm Ray Dunn for 97.5 The Fanatic.
It's the Cuz, Anthony Gargano. Weekdays 10 to 2 on 97.5 The Fanatic.
It's a fact, Jack. Gary Barbera is back with his big Auto Palooza. Get ready, Freddie. Employee pricing plus 0% financing back at Barbera. You don't love it? Bring it back. Dan Stan, that's the plan from the man. Philly, South Jersey, I'm talking to you. Are you listening? We're ladies and gentlemen serving ladies and gentlemen. You don't love your new deeply discounted Dodge, Chrysler, or cheap Jeep? Bring it back to Barbera. Hank, take it to the bank. Lee, can't you see? Get your butt to Gary Barbera's #1 Chrysler land, #1 Jeep land, Boardbeck and the Boulevard in the great Northeast. Low employee pricing, 0% financing. You don't love your new car? Bring it back. During our big Auto Palooza, is Barbera the best? Hey, Les. Boy, I guess.
Plus tax eggs and 422 doc fees on approved credit with proper down payment. Call or click 1-800-Barbera.com for details.
Coach Sirianni, is Barbera the best?
Boy, I guess.
Go Birds!
We got blue skies overhead. Sun is shining like the weatherman said. The grass is green, this is the best. Summertime's here and it's Hoagie Fest. Got flip-flops on your feet. Wawa's waiting right up the street. A classic hoagie, that's the best. Summertime's here and it's Hoagie Fest.
Wawa Hoagie Fest is back. And we're celebrating 15 years of hoagie love with $5 shorties and $6 classics.
Summertime's here and it's Hoagie Fest.
Gotta have a Wawa. Taste your way to tropical time with Wawa's pineapple drinks. Leave your cell phone on silent. Take a break from your to-do list and check out of your inbox. Because one sip of pink pineapple lemonade, pina colada smoothie, or a pineapple passion refresher will send you to the beach under the palms. Sit back and enjoy the journey. Find your sweet escape with one of Wawa's pineapple drinks today. Gotta have a Wawa.
Hey, I'm Andy. If you don't know me, it's probably because I'm not famous. But I did start a men's grooming company called Harry's. The idea for Harry's came out of a frustrating experience I had buying razor blades. Most brands were overpriced, overdesigned, and out of touch. At Harry's, our approach is simple. Here's our secret. We make sharp, durable blades and sell them at honest prices for as low as $2 each. We care about quality so much that we do some crazy things, like buy a world-class German blade factory. Obsessing over every detail means we're confident in offering a 100% quality guarantee. Millions of guys have already made the switch to Harry's, so thank you if you're one of them. And if you're not, we hope you give us a try with this special offer. Get a Harry's starter set with a 5-blade razor, weighted handle, shave gel, and a travel cover. All for just $3 plus free shipping. Just go to harrys.com and enter code IMPACT at checkout. That's harrys.com, code IMPACT. Enjoy!
Your neighborhood Total Wine and More has big news. We've moved 2 doors down into a bigger, brighter, brand new store in the plaza at Cherry Hill. Our selection grew so big, we needed a bigger store. But our low prices and helpful guides are staying right where you like them. Have some fun.
off season and people are down.
Well, we were down already.
Yeah.
And now they kind of pushed off the pressing wave by hiring Nick Nurse and not our Paisan. So that kind of like stemmed the tide.
Yeah, I love the Nurse thing.
Yeah, I do too. I just that the nurse needs one more kind of X and O guy to help him run his offense. Because I can't do Nurse well with the Beard. Like, because the Beard already said he wants to be on chat. I'm sorry, the Beard said he already wants a free offense. He wants a free offense to run through him. Well, Nick, that's not what Nick runs.
Yeah, I don't know how that's going to work, brother. I really don't. I feel you. I'm worried. I'm worried too. I'm worried that they're handcuffed. My biggest fear has always been that we go through this process. Now, I believe in Embiid. I still believe in Embiid, and I still believe in Maxey.
Yeah,
I do. I still.
And I love. I
know. Listen, I can't say anything right now.
I mean, the guy just he turtled up like the guy, the caller.
Yeah, but he needs somebody. Again, he needs somebody. The guy who's facing the basket, creating things. I mean, only because Harden has the ball in his hands. That's it.
No, that's why if they sign Harden, I don't care how friendly the deal is. I don't care if it's 12 months, okay, and $50 million. It just tells me that this offense is going nowhere in the postseason. Because I'm to the point now. I don't care about the MVP. You got that in your pocket. Good for you.
Right.
We already know in the postseason he gets heartless, and teams know now they can shut him down. Not shut him down, but frustrate him enough early in the game that they basically shut him down mentally.
Yeah.
So,
well, happy Ben Simmons Day, because I know that you love that, and it's the anniversary of the NBA draft.
Yay! Have a pizza for me, buddy. Have a Neapolitan.
You got it, buddy. See you, man. See you, brother. Take it easy. Let's go to Chris. You're on 97.5 The Fanatic, Chris.
Hey, what's happening? How's everything?
What's up, Chris? What's going on, buddy?
Oh, man, just want to get into the Sixers and my frustration with the Sixers from your previous caller. Just to piggyback off him just a little bit. Boston seems to always do it when it comes to draft picks and trades.
I know.
They pull a fast one every time.
Yeah.
And the Sixers just sit on their hands. I'm just wishing that the Sixers, honestly, get rid of Tobias Harris and James Harden. These guys, Tobias Harris, because his contract is just, it is what it is.
Would you take a step, like, to maximize Tobias, you don't want to just trade him because of the cap. So to maximize Tobias's value, you hold on to him till the end of the year, and then you move him, and then you have the spot for free agency. Would you sacrifice this year to do that?
Yeah, because we're stuck. I mean, you would have to. You're kind of stuck. You're right with the salary cap and the numbers. You're kind of you're
because
right.
you're not going to be able to replace Harden. And then to me, like, the only thing you can do is, like, you just got to hope that Maxey freed up allows it to happen, right? That Maxey becomes to the next level as a superstar.
Okay. But if Harden doesn't want to be here, like if he says the system that he wants is, free and just based off him, when it's really too late in your career to even want that as a player, right? Why don't they just think about packaging him up and getting rid of him? I don't care if we get a draft pick tonight, which is like 10 to 15 I'll take for James Harden.
Right.
You kind of get what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Just get him out of here.
Yeah. Well, I mean, here's the deal. He's already out. He's a free agent.
Okay.
So what you're hearing is there's not a lot of suitors. So what you're hearing is what'll probably happen is he'll come back on a 2-year deal.
I don't want it.
I know. I feel. Listen, I feel the same way. I'm with you.
Like now we're just we're just taking the name James Harden because the player doesn't want to be here. So we're just going off the name.
Well, I don't know if you want. Listen. I don't think he doesn't. I think he enjoyed it here. I think it's a good spot for him. But the bottom line is, to go to back to your point, he's happier when he has the basketball in his hands. So there's a huge issue there.
It doesn't work.
Yeah. No, I hear you. I agree with you. Hey, I got to put you on hold. I want to give you Fan Fest tickets, okay?
All right, you got it. Thanks so much.
Oh, hold on, my brother. Have a great day, pal. Let's go to my man, T-Will. T-Will, what's happening?
I ain't watching the draft, Ant.
You're boycotting it?
Yeah, I'd rather go make some money tonight, Ant. I'm not watching the draft.
Yeah.
It's lackluster. After the first 4 picks, it's lackluster. What are we going to sit there for and watch?
Well, it's weird, right? It's the draft anymore is so unrecognizable, other than a couple kids, because of the state of college basketball and because of the G League, and then you have the Euros. It's a weird thing because you don't really have a lot of reference.
And we have no first or second round pick.
Yeah, well, and there's that for us Sixer fans. Yes.
Yeah, so it's funny how it evolves, because we used to be so geeked out for the draft because of the process.
Yep.
So now we don't even. Some of us want to make trades because we have no draft pick, and we just want to be relevant on draft night.
Yeah. Yeah, it's a great point. And it's fascinating how it all played out, man.
It really is. I'm going to bring up something that's kind of funny, though, with this Harden situation. If you remember, Harden came here, and we didn't know what to expect from Harden. And Harden has been you got to tip your hat to him. He's been a good soldier. He did the fair deal, sort of on the side.
Yes, he did. He did. He was a gentleman.
He's been everything opposite of what we think, right? And those 3 games in the playoffs overshadowed his regular season, right? So those 3 games in the playoffs overshadowed his regular season. As hard as he worked to get back in shape at his age and to change his game, I mean, like I said, Harden don't owe me anything. I think we're going to look into next season. This season's not the season, because we're going to have a boatload of cash, and that's when the free agency is going to pop for us.
Mm-hmm.
We also got a first-round pick coming back 2028 now and 2029. I don't know if Maury's still going to be here, if he's going to deal with that, what's his thought process. But this year is not the year for all of us to be up in arms. They're going to put a product on the court. It's going to be exciting. They're going to compete. I still think they could still be the top 3-4 team in the East, top 5 in the NBA, and just see what happens.
Well, the only way that happens, and we've been talking about this, is the Maxey situation, right? Maxey, and that's why you can't have Harden, because you got to allow Maxey to have the ball in his hands and free to create.
Maxey's going to grow. I don't even think that's going to be an issue. I don't think Harden's going to stunt Maxey's growth. Just the fact that how Maxey just got so loose the last 2 seasons.
But here's the problem, though. If Harden's got to be okay playing off ball.
Harden's got no choice, man. He doesn't hold the cards right now.
I hear you. He was not happy. That was a bone of contention, right? Remember, Doc leaves, and Doc's like, "Oh, we were better first half because Harden was playing more off ball."
But you know what? Props to Doc for doing that and staying on Harden, whether he was happy or not. The team was winning,
right? So but in the playoffs, he got a taste of the ball
because he scored those 40 points the first game,
right?
So, listen, man, I think Tobias is going to be here. I think Harden's going to sign a 2-year with a 1-year op. It's all about the money situation, and that's how it's going to play out for us. Man.
Yeah. No, I think your read's right. I do. All right, Bobby.
No, go ahead. What you want?
I was just going to ask you about, if it came down to Siakam, and this is interesting because I know they're not the perfect fit, but Siakam can play wing and he can shoot the ball.
I see. I think me personally, a lot of people think it's an upgrade from Tobias, but me personally, I think Siakam's game doesn't fit next to Embiid.
Yeah, but see, I think it can. right? Think about because he can shoot the basketball, right? And because he can go out and play with, and by the way, he's actually a good post player. Like he can go inside and outside.
So there's one of my dilemmas. He's a better post up player than Embiid. So you want Embiid roaming at the top then?
I mean, listen. Again, he's never going to be posted up. He's never doing that
out there. You know what I'm saying?
I hear you.
Him and Embiid on the court together.
I think they could alternate, and I think they could fit. Good stuff, T. Will. Appreciate it, my brother. All right. I know my man's been working hard. The commander of the vault. Dickie Dunn.
You know, when we began opening this vault nearly 2 hours ago, we had no real idea what we'd find inside. As it turns out, we haven't found very much.
So yeah, Vault 2.0.
Look at this. 2.0, baby.
We actually had some leftovers from Vault 1.0. So that was his starting point for today. I told you today was the anniversary. Adam Sandler joining SNL. But we didn't get.
Were you an SNL man?
I enjoy it. Like, I appreciate SNL more for the 90s SNL because I think that's like my dad's humor. Where he was like, oh, you got to watch Sandler. You got to watch Farley.
I mean, it was great.
Watch, yeah.
Chris Rock.
Yeah, Chris Rock. That whole thing. There's a good segment. I'll catch it. But I would tell you I'm probably not locked in every Saturday night.
Yeah.
Really. We'll find the good segments one day.
Yep.
Yeah. Internet helps us on that one. But we're going Adam Sandler, and when we're talking about Adam Sandler on this show, there's one route we could go with this. So I pulled the hustle scenes. So we got Anthony Gargano breaking down Bo Cruz and why he was not brought over to be any representation of the Sixers.
Vince Merrick. First of all, Vince, thanks for being here tonight.
Thanks for having me.
So, Vince, is it true the Sixers brought in Bo Cruz, who has a history of assault, to play in the Combine?
No, Bo Cruz has no affiliation with the 76ers. He was brought over here by a disgruntled employee, Stanley Sugarman. I specifically told Mr. Sugarman not to bring him over. He lied to the organization and to this young man. Mr. Sugarman's selfish behavior has been part of his track record. He's been let go. He's no longer part of the 76ers.
Vince, we loved your father. Thank you for being here. Thank you for bringing this story to us.
Now, of course, it's not the only time we get to see you. You're ready to get the story.
On the radio?
You're ready to get the story when it comes out of the car.
Oh, yeah.
And Stanley Sugarman's not too happy. Not too happy at that point.
Ridiculous what he's doing out there. Listen, this ain't no gimmick. This is real.
The boy needs to get to that Combine.
As much as it pains me to say this, you two guys are right. This kid, Bo Cruz, is special.
Bo Cruz, how's it feel getting into the Combine?
The Combine? I mean the Combine?
You are as of 30 minutes ago. Have you thought about what team you want to play for?
It would be honored to play for any team.
Tell you what, he could be playing for the Sixers right now, but Vince Merrick didn't want him. He specifically said that. You remember? Anthony, you remember that, right? Because you were the guy interviewing him.
Yeah, that's right.
He's 22 years old. You're messing with his life.
Come on, man. What kind of ball player?
Hang on. Just have some respect for your profession. Get the whole story next time. What kind of ball player do I think? I'll answer that question. This guy is as if Scottie Pippen and a wolf had a baby, and Lisa Leslie raised them. And Allen Iverson was the babysitter.
Get the whole story.
That was great.
All right,
that was a lot of fun. I will say, it was a lot of fun.
I gotta imagine.
I don't think I told you the story. So we're doing this scene, and Adam Sandler said, and I loved him. He was great. Like we were kind of hanging. We hit it off real well because the director is a great guy. He's a Philly guy, a good friend of mine. So anyway, he says to me, he goes, "Listen, Ann," he goes, "Don't take offense. I'm going to be a bit of a Dick Tunis to you." And I go, "Dude, relax, man. Go ahead. Listen, we're Philadelphia people. This is what we do." I go, "Have at it." He goes, all right, great. So like we shot it 6 times or whatever. And he's like, "Dude, I was hysterical." I go, "Come on, go harder at me. Hit me harder." It was funny. He was a great dude.
That's good. We also got into a little bit of the $15 Eagles roster. and you expressed your love for one Darren Sproles. So we thought we'd get you a little Darren Sproles action in our Vault 2.0.
Sproles all the way back to the 10. Going forward. Sproles making people miss. Still going. Darren Sproles. Look at him go. One man to beat. 89 yards. Touchdown. Look out. Sproles down the sideline with a punter to beat. Still on his feet. No penalty flags. 100-yard return on an interception by Jenkins. And now an 83-yard punt return for a touchdown by Darren Sproles.
Wow. Pair of 80-yard returns for Darren Sproles in the 2015 season.
He was dangerous, too.
Oh, yeah.
He was dangerous. He was a terrific player, man. He really was.
Now, there's a birthday today we didn't celebrate earlier. That's Danny Green. And frankly, he was the guy that came in with the championship pedigree. He won X amount of championships in a row, gets the Sixers, don't quite get to that level. The thing I'll remember Danny Green most for?
Being a fink. He was ripping the fans.
Yeah, well, that. But I was really going to remember him for the story he told about practice when Ben Simmons came back. Do you remember this on his podcast?
Oh, I forget. No, let me hear it.
Here you go.
I had an opportunity to give Joel the ball against Ben. For the sake of keeping the energy well, I swung the ball across the floor away from that matchup because I don't know what because Joel's known to have some chippy plays in him, as you've seen throughout his career. He's not the one to back down anything or to hide his feelings or emotions. And I know there was probably some frustration with him, and who knows how it would have came out during that play.
Wow.
I thought it was smarter and safer for us as a group to try to keep, if we were trying to bring him back, to move the ball to the other side of the floor. But had I thrown that ball into Joel, Ben and Joel had matched up, I really wish I'd have thrown the ball in and to see.
Thank you. You should have.
That would have been great.
The alternate timeline where Joel Embiid gets that ball. How do you think it goes?
Yeah, Joe's going to go right at him. It's funny. I don't know how Simmons reacts.
That's the thing. I think it's clear Embiid goes after him.
Yeah, I don't know how Simmons reacts to him. I don't know if he kind of punks out. Because remember, there were a couple times early in his career where, he looked chippy.
Right. He had the whole incident, what was it, Lowry? Where they were going back and forth?
No, it was somebody else, too. It was Lowry, but I thought it was somebody else that Simmons went at.
Because I do remember, I think this Lowry one was where Simmons told him to come around the back. Right?
Yeah.
They were ready to go.
Yep.
So, yeah, you did see that from Simmons from time to time. And one more for you, because we did the Larry Boa Grand Slam earlier, and just the fun audio we got there. Remind you some good Phillies times as Phillies continuing on here. Matty pulled a nice 1977 roll call from that team that on that day in 1997 knocked off the Reds 15-9.
For the first time in 25 years, Philadelphia took the field as a favored team, admired by all for its versatility. There were superstars like Steve Carlton and his serpentine curveball, and young comers like Larry Christensen and his no-nonsense fastball. On offense, a Polish oak named Greg Luzinski could relaunch the ball violently in the opposite direction. When it came time to track down a drive, Gary Maddox gently cradled everything that stayed in the park. At third base, magical Mike Schmidt had hands that were quicker than the eye. Larry Boa made things look easy at short and threw seeds to first. The standard for starting was high, but new second baseman Ted Sizemore measured up with guile and toughness. Behind the plate, Bob Boone was in charge, a leader who knew how to take matters in his own hands. They had all the moves, tricky ones like lefties, which picked off 22 runners. Baseball is a showcase for individual ability, and each of the starters took his turn in the spotlight.
Wow, dude, where did you find that?
Oh, that one's deep. We had Matt climbing. He climbed under some shelves. It was crazy. It was
Where would you find that? It's amazing.
So, yeah, there you go. There's Vault 2.0 for you.
That's impressive. You know, it's funny because you play that, and it's NFL film style.
Right.
Of course, narrated by the great John Facenda. When you hear him talk, the word images are amazing. And that's the one thing. So we glorify, they glorified athletes. Like, look, he went through roll call. We don't do that as much anymore.
No.
You notice that?
Yeah, no, not at all.
Like, they went through, he's talking about Ted Seymour. Ted Seymour stinks, right?
Yeah.
But he went through this lyrical of old nine in charge behind the plate. Bob Boone.
First Magical Mike Schmidt.
Yeah. Magic Mike.
Hey, he went down the description.
Magic Mike meets Dick Judas. Oh, that's great.
But yeah, it's crazy the way they just kind of, everyone's propped up. And then everyone's, it's just a different world.
Well, it was more, lyrical. Like like we talked about players. And I remember writing, because I was at the tail end of that stuff, right? When I started as a sports writer. And, I would use that hyperbole. And, talk about the greatness that a guy can do. I always found it more fun and more interesting, to be honest, to look at it like that.
Yeah. Gives it a sense of wonderment about it.
Yes.
I'm assuming, I know your feelings on editors. How did the editors take to that type of writing?
Not bad. I mean, it was funny. My boy was, I told you about the editor, this guy, Greg Gallo, was the editor in New York.
Mm-hmm.
And he used to tell me, take your pink panties off when you write. You use too many adjectives. Why are you writing like that? You're supposed to be from Philly. That's what he would say.
Supposed to be from Philly?
Yeah.
He's looking at you like, oh, you're supposed to be from Philly.
Yeah, why do you use too many adjectives? You're too colorful when you write. Get to the point. Write tough, critical. And that's what he would say to me. And he would say, because I would do these big, long pieces on Sunday.
Right.
And he would say, I read your piece. It was good. But why don't you take your pink panties off when you write it?
He's like,
that's who the feedback I would get. I was like, all right, Greg.
He keeps trying to cut the word count for you to try and cut out that. Yeah. Supposed to be from Philly.
That was it, because he was, it was New York. It was, and they were, the Post is fish wrapper, right? But the sports section was actually really good. So I used to like to do those big, long stories.
Yeah.
But that's kind of how it was. Like when you're listening to John Facenda go over the Phillies lineup, they spoke like that.
Where do you think that changed?
I don't know. It's a great question. Probably the death of newspapers. Like when newspapers were in their heyday, and magazines, remember, really it's probably with the death of the written word. Now it's still there.
Right. Just
but
different.
It doesn't matter. It's not as much. Like, dude, if I told you Sports Illustrated, I loved Sports Illustrated. I mean, I got it as a subscription for years and years and years. And I loved it and then there was Esquire and GQ. And then they would have these incredibly written stories. So I loved it. Like the power of the written word. Like every Sports Illustrated, they would do a long feature, a great storytelling piece. There's the legendary story. Great, some of the best writers ever. Some of the best, and a lot of them came out of Philadelphia.
Yeah. It's one of those things that I feel like I've only gotten secondhand because I think by the time I really was media conscious and media consuming,
it was beyond. It had changed.
Yeah. The landscape had totally changed.
Yeah. And when you because I don't think you probably didn't spend as much time writing, right? Like you were more editing and.
Originally, I wanted to do writing. Writing was part of the look. Writing was like the first thing I did. play-by-play was also something we went through a lot of phases on where exactly I was going to end up and go. But I would say the one big thing, I got the paper. We were a paper family, so we fought over the paper.
I bet you were. I bet your father. I bet you. I can see that.
Yeah.
Like there was a guy. He's a dear friend of mine. That I love, but I loved reading him. Was Gary Smith, who was from Philadelphia, from Delaware, from Philadelphia. He worked for the Daily News. He's an amazing writer, and probably one of the last pieces that I read that mattered. He wrote about the 4 aces. So it was Halliday, Lee, Hamels, and Oswald. And he actually did, in Sports Illustrated, it was like 4 pieces about that Phillies team in 2011.
Was that the cover story, the cover of the 5 of them?
Yep.
Oh, yeah.
Then Blant was there.
So I was going to say, I've read that one. I was also, if you could believe that the household that was still getting the paper was still getting Sports Illustrated.
Yeah, well, listen, we were sports people. We were sports people.
Exactly it.
I always talk about being nerds. I mean, we used to fight. I mean, if you go back to probably 10 years ago, 15 years ago, when the Daily News won a Friday was 3 inches thick.
Mm-hmm.
Then when it shrunk, and it was like on a Friday before an Eagles game.
Oh yeah.
And then the Sunday Inquirer. I mean, that was I loved it. Like that was when you had a Friday Daily News, and it was great stuff.
The depth and the amount you get there.
And that's the thing. It's interesting that I wonder if because of the business model, if we underutilize it. Because I still think, like you would read about, like on a Friday, like if there were 6 pieces about the Eagles, you're not reading that?
No, I'm reading it.
I figure you consume it.
Yeah.
But it's the business model that kills you. Because I do think we would consume that sort of content.
Absolutely.
Anyway. Well, that's going to do it for us. I get you tomorrow, Dickie John.
That's right. It's your last day of school.
And it's your last vault until the Tunis comes back.
That's right.
So, everybody, listen, thanks for hanging as always. We love you. Stay tuned. The best show ever coming your way next. We'll see you in the morning.
Fanatic Sports Update.
Phillies in action. I'm Ray Dunn, and this update is brought to you by Discover. Discover credit cards do something awesome. At the end of your first year, they automatically double all the cash back you've earned. That's right. Everything you earned doubled. See terms and check it out for yourself at discover.com/match. After being rained out last night, the Phillies and Braves concluding their series at Citizens Bank Park. Yesterday's game was postponed to September 11th, where there'll be a doubleheader between the Braves and Phillies. As for this afternoon, Aaron Nola getting the start for the Phillies. Bryce Elliott on the mound for the Braves as the Phils try and bounce back from a loss earlier in the week to Atlanta. In the NBA, a major shakeup the day before the draft. The Celtics, Wizards, and Grizzlies agreed to a 3-team deal. Boston sending Marcus Smart to the Grizzlies, Kristaps Porzingis, and a pair of picks to Boston. Chris Middleton declined his player option and will test the free agent waters. And as I mentioned in the NBA tonight, it is the draft. The Sixers do not own a pick in tonight's draft. Keep it locked right here for the latest news and information. I'm Ray Dunn for 97.5 The Fanatic.
It's the Anthony Gargano Show on 97.5 The Fanatic.
Hey, it's Cuz. Does your wife tell you snoring's out of control? Listen, I urge you. Call my man, Dr. Andy Cohen. In fact, check out his site right now, sleephealthypa.com. Voted best of Philly for multiple years by his peers, Dr. Andy travels the country lecturing other doctors on the procedures and methods that he's been using for over a decade. He's a Philly guy. He's passionate. He's board certified in treating sleep disorders like snoring, sleep apnea, and he does it through a combination of dental appliances and laser therapy. I've seen him. Doesn't hurt. Dr. Andy gives his patients relief they haven't felt in years. Dr. Andy's simple dental appliances could be the answer for you. Find out for yourself. Go to sleephealthypa.com. Finally, a path to restful sleep is possible at sleephealthypa.com. Trust me, you're going to thank me. Your wife's going to thank me. Your doctor is going to thank me because of your health improvements. Go see the sleep doctor, Dr. Andy Cohen, sleephealthypa.com, and tell him Cuz sent you.
Let's say you're looking for a great day of golf. Isn't everybody? I know a great place to go. Turtle Creek Golf Course in Limerick. I love this place. It's the course for you. I love the fact that when I stand in the tee boxes, I sort of know the approach of every single hole. It's beautifully maintained, too. Do you know what Golf Digest says about it? That Turtle Creek is one of the best maintained courses in the area with the best turf of any course in the Northeast. Talk about value, too. Check out their website for online bookings, and you'll see that their fees, including carts, are incredibly affordable. Did you know that the Fanatic has already chosen Turtle Creek as the home of our charity golf classic for 2023? You'll love Turtle Creek Golf Course, too. Unbelievably manicured, good or better than any private course around. Go to TurtleCreekGolf.com to book your tee time. You're going to love it. It's absolutely stunning, and it's fun, and it's easy to play, and I can tell you, you're going to score as well as I do. Check it on out. Go to my course, Turtle Creek Golf Course, in nearby Limerick, Montgomery County. Go and play the Turtle this weekend. Tell them Kincaid said.
We got blue skies overhead. Sun is shining like the weatherman said. The grass is green. This is the best. Summertime's here and it's Hoagie Fest. Got flip-flops on your feet. Wawa's waiting right up the street. A classic hoagie, that's the best. Summertime's here and it's Hoagie Fest.
Wawa Hoagie Fest is back, and we're celebrating 15 years of hoagie love with $5 shorties and $6 classics.
Summertime's here and it's Hoagie Fest.
Gotta have a Wawa. Taste your way to tropical time with Wawa's pineapple drinks. Leave your cell phone on silent. Take a break from your to-do list and check out of your inbox. Because one sip of pink pineapple lemonade, pina colada smoothie, or a pineapple passion refresher will send you to the beach under the palms. Sit back and enjoy the journey. Find your sweet escape with one of Wawa's pineapple drinks today. Gotta have a Wawa.
As the weather heats up, so is BetRivers online sportsbook. With big winners every single week. You could be next. No matter what your favorite summer sport is, BetRivers has you covered with all the latest odds and boosts. The best part? You never have to leave the comfort of your air-conditioned house to get in on all the action. We're transitioning over to baseball season, and of course we have soccer all summer long, including the Women's World Cup coming up as well. Check out BetRivers.com or download the BetRivers app today. It's a whole new game. You must be 21 or older. Available in Pennsylvania only. Void where prohibited. Terms and conditions apply. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Meet Ricky Batalico Thursday, June 29th from 7 to 9 p.m. at Duffer's Tavern on Route 352 in Glen Mills. Enjoy great food, grab a cold Corona beer, and talk baseball with Ricky Bo. Plus, enter for your chance to win tickets in Ricky Bo's Row at the Park this summer. If you can't make it to the game, enjoy watching it on the outdoor patio at Duffer's Tavern in Glen Mills. For details, visit the events page on 97.5thefanatic.com. Ricky Bo's Row presented by Corona, the official cerveza of Major League Baseball. Relax responsibly. Corona Extra Beer imported by Crown Import, Chicago, Illinois.
Wendy's is open till midnight or later, so you can give in to the craving and go night mode. Now all of your favorite menu items just got their bedtime extended. You can get what you want even later, like the Baconator with 6 strips of bacon, or the perfect fries and frosty duo. If you're up later, then so are we. So go ahead and pull through the drive-thru. When the craving hits, go night mode at Wendy's. Open till midnight or later. All right, see ya later.
At participating U.S. Wendy's, hours may vary.
These are emails filling your employees' inboxes. Downloads beaming from device to device. And any one of them could be a cyber attack. Is it possible to keep your small business safe? It is with Comcast Business Security Edge. It helps keep your connected devices protected, and you can monitor threat activity in real time. So this is the last thing you need to worry about. With Comcast Business, advanced security isn't just possible, it's happening.
Restrictions apply. Requires Comcast Business Internet, leased router, and security edge.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Why should you hire the largest injury firm in the world for your injury case? Lots of people hired us. We've collected over $15 billion and won a lot. Morgan & Morgan, for the people.
Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Is it time for maintenance on your vehicle? Stop into your locally owned Meineke today for an oil change and get a free tire rotation. Right now, synthetic oil change is just $59.95. Up to 5 quarts